Streambeats.net. Streambeats.net.
Did you do it? Because I did it.
I
did I do it too soon?
I so did it. We're all here for one big hullabaloo.
Oh my god, the hullabaloo chat during the month of December. That's the best kind of hullabaloo, if you ask me.
Let's fucking go!
Oh my god, 7 stream streak. I have to have one in yours. For sure I have to have one in yours.
Yo, you're gonna be higher than me, though.
Show me. Show me.
Let's see it, brother.
I'm 2 streams away from my 15 stream streak, but I'm at 13 right now.
You're almost double. Damn.
But he's not letting me.
This is on 100 stream streak for you. What in the world, brother?
100 consecutive streams, dude. Holy shit.
That's
Oh my
insane.
God. How have you kept it up, dude?
One. Yeah, seriously.
What that means is that he's been here even when like my internet went down and I had to restart stream. Like all of those count too.
That's insane.
Wow. What a trooper. What a absolute mega fan.
Do you just have Crims's channel up consistently and that's it? Like you don't even have to be attentive to it. It's just up. So if something starts, it's there.
What a fucking legend, man. I can only appreciate Kneecaps. He's always there.
That's insane, dude. Kneecaps is a real one. Holy crap.
Stop talking!
It's
my turn now. Well, it is about time. Wait, is that your new stage voice?
He's got an automated thing as soon as you go
like
live.
Marbles or something? I can barely understand.
Oh fucking yeah, man. Yeah,
that's
I can't
amazing.
redeem it. Can't redeem my stream streak. I don't know why it's not letting me do the thing.
Might only be for like certain milestones.
Let me refresh. It should be for everyone, I thought.
Oh, true. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You would know better about Twitch than I would, but I think it's crazy that we just so happen to be on Kneecaps' 100 stream streak when we bring this up.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
What a time to be alive.
Well, what's up, everybody?
It was popping.
Hello.
Crazy timing, yeah, for sure, dude.
Dude, for reals.
Let me congratulate you guys. Billy for getting first. What a fucking legend. Sky for getting second. Miso for getting third. And Lexi, while she's streaming, got fourth. She stole it right up from you guys. God flipping damn it, bro.
Oh, I'm rank 2.
Steal it from Kneecaps. He doesn't need to be a winner for the third time.
Oh.
The GG's Kneecaps. GG's. Oh my god.
Oh.
Be a shame if I gambled it all in one. Do it. Do it then.
Yeah, do it.
Quit talking about it. Put your money where your mouth is.
Put your mouth where your money is.
Put your money where your money is. Oof. Big respect.
Well, I guess I'll take that. I guess I'll take that first place spot.
You'll take it, but I don't know how long you'll hold on to it. Depends on how much we play zombies this month. Because this guy's here all the time.
Very true.
You did it. Fucking channel point redemption. Almost gambled on. I'm glad. Oh, now you have an opportunity. Oh, so hi, Cat. You have an opportunity now. You might have a win if you do it right now.
See, I was almost right there. Also, I was so close.
Is only one way to find out. You know.
Well, is Crim's stream already dying, or is this on me?
Wait, is it dying? Oh man.
Did Crim's already die? Did Crim's already die?
Crims is already dead. You can't hear me.
We're dying already? No, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, my OBS is having a rough time. It definitely hiccuped.
It also kicked you out of the lobby.
Yeah.
I think your internet sputtered for a second.
I'm refreshing my stream to see if everything's okay. Looks like everything's okay.
I would say it survived. It just buffered for a minute.
I saw the dip happen in OBS. That's why I'm not multi-streaming anymore. I'm only going to Twitch because I don't know that. I don't want to chance it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
Just upload the VODs over there.
I hear your.
Let me see, because you popped up in my friends list. Let me see if I can.
You are now back on mine for friends playing Black Ops 2. Oh, my party privacy is closed. You may not be able to join. It is now set to open. You can join.
You're not showing up on my friends list.
I just sent you an invite.
I accepted it.
And wait for it.
Error.
Hmm.
Oh, do I have to close the game and open it again because of that hiccup? It'd be dumb, but it makes sense.
I'm playing zombies with you guys in Spirit of the Night. Hell yeah.
Aw.
What?
Oh,
What
are you
are
playing
you playing?
Marvel Zombies?
That would make sense.
Yeah, here, let me
I
me
can try
check.
just joining on you.
I'll just close the game really quick. I'll close it and
Okay.
I'll open it up really quick and see.
Okey-doke. Should I do the same or?
Oh, it's validating files.
Oh, it had a little mini stroke when your internet
Yeah.
crashed.
Nightmare 4, baby, solo. Are you still doing solo runs with other characters? Dude, you're a fucking legend.
Dang.
I don't know how you do it. That's insane, bruv. I'm gonna be lurking and playing Hunt while slowly dying. LOL, but are you sick? Or is it just the pregnancy? Is everything just all up in arms right now, Sky? I'm so sorry. Be sure to check chat in between matches. You're good, man. You're the legend of moderators. And you have been. Thank you so much for all that you do. Okay, I closed the game, opened it. I think that's what needed because I can see you now, so I'm gonna try and join on you.
Sick. Sick nasty.
Oh, with randoms, okay. Oh damn, I'm gonna be lurking, my head is, oh dude, yeah, I had a headache when I got home too.
Heaven Spy says I used to be afraid of hurdles,
Ha,
but I eventually got over it.
That's a good one.
God damn it, Evan Spike, you legend.
That's a
You
good
son
one.
of a bitch. Not sure you've gotten the flu from Aiden. I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow to get, oh, yeah. I hope everything turns out okay.
Yeah,
Thanks
I
for
hope
letting me know,
everything's
but
okay.
take it easy. Hope you get some good games in Hunt.
What's Hunt? I don't think I've
Hunt
heard of
Showdown.
that.
Let me see. It's a first-person shooter.
Oh. I don't think I have ever heard of it.
Hunt Showdown 1896 is a first-person extraction shooter video game by Crytek.
Ooh.
Thanks. Oh, did you check the map? You mind? Yeah. Thanks. Appreciate it. Huh?
I will in a while.
Okay.
Interesting.
I was hoping it was gonna provide more. But yeah. It seems fun. I just not played it.
Yeah. It's 55% off right now.
Ooh, probably some Christmas deals and shit. I'm ready to jump in though.
Heck
If you
yeah. I am so ready. So, do I go to a custom game or public match? Because public match, I think, would put us with other, like,
You
cue
can
us
set
in, no?
the lobby party size.
Ah, right. I can. That's right. I know
So
how to
I think
do that.
I think if you do
Yes. 2.
either, I think custom should work too. I just don't know if it hinders anything by doing custom.
Let's see. If I survival. No. See, searching for player. I don't want to search for player.
I think you have to do it before.
I did.
Oh.
Party privacy, player limit 2. Party privacy is closed, player limit is 2. Or a custom match. Oh, okay. So that does only apply for custom games, I suppose.
Well, then we can try that first.
Yeah, I just don't know if it'll hurt anything because I looked at it before stream and yeah, you can change the difficulty on it. You can change the starting round. Like I didn't know there was this much customization to BO2 Zombies.
I didn't either.
Like it's wild. You can even turn off what they call magic. I'm assuming just means like power-ups and stuff.
Oh yeah, I guess.
And then headshots only mode. So like yeah, I don't know if this like changes anything to the actual game.
Yeah, it's worth playing and finding out.
Let's do it then. Oh, I hit start and we're going in. I hope you're ready.
I'm ready. Damn, Heaven Spike, I'm sorry.
Going after target bounties against other players or hunters and having to try and extract with bounties live. Okay. Oh, server disconnected.
Oh,
Interesting. Are you in?
I'm still at the
You're
loading screen. It might take a second, unless you're completely
No,
out.
mine shot me back to the lobby and said error, server disconnected.
Oh. Yeah, I'm still loading.
Interesting.
But I guess I might have to
I'm
flush
looking at
myself
your stream
out.
now. Awaiting challenge. It's gonna
Yeah.
keep counting. It's never gonna reach. That little counting
Well,
down underneath the loading bar is just gonna keep on going.
let me exit the game.
Jeez. You know what? I'll restart my game as well. Just to be safe.
Boy, I sure hope we can get it to work, chat.
Cloud conflict, unable to sync. What do you mean? What is it syncing? Excuse me?
Whoa, are you just really quiet, or did you just sit away from your mic?
I didn't move at all. Do I sound different?
The fuck? Why did you... All of a sudden, you're just quieter.
Oh, you know what's weird? I think I remember hearing something about a bug when other streamers would play BO2 or something that would mess with their mic output for whatever reason. For literally no reason whatsoever. But
Like
yeah,
on
no,
your
that,
end?
I guess. I'm not sure. I don't know how it worked. I just remembered like experiencing it on their streams sometimes.
Like, you sound okay right now. Did you just... I don't understand what just happened. You sound okay right now, but like you definitely got quieter. Chat, am I going crazy? Do you guys hear the same thing?
Your local COD backup zombie save data conflicts with what is stored in the Steam cloud, which I... What? Now my Steam is not syncing? What do you mean? What does my Steam have to sync to? Oh
Oh.
gosh.
Is Black Ops 2 just causing all the problems?
Maybe, but let's just save it on the Steam cloud over and use it. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't care about save data for BO2 right now. There is no save data. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Hopefully.
non-existent.
Okay, cool. Game's back up. Game's back on stream. Sorry guys for the black screen. Bear with me.
Whoa.
Online. What? Do I sound different again?
You're back to the volume you were before.
Yeah, it's some weird audio bug with BO2.
That's... have I changed? Has anything...
No. You have not changed at all for me.
That's so...
I hope I'm not like too loud or anything.
No, I think you're okay. I think you're fine.
Okay. Should I just try joining on you this time? Let me do that.
Sure.
Unless you want to join on me if you think that'd be a better bet or something.
No. I mean, let's just try it. If it ends up being that way, then we'll audible. We'll figure it out.
Cool. Also, yeah, anyone on my side of stream, let me know if like audio is too loud or too low or something, because this is a new game and audio levels are always whack. Apparently also with mics and everything. Because now apparently I'm peaking. My mic audio on OBS says I'm peaking. Like crazy sometimes.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. So hopefully my stream doesn't just sound completely blown out this entire time for the last like 10 to 15 minutes that we've been talking.
If you want to take a moment and do some tests and pull up yourself on your phone for Twitch or for YouTube, you can.
Yeah, I might do that real quick.
Go ahead. You have time.
How fun. Crims is dead. Oof. Oh, is he back? Is Crims back?
Am I back?
Are you back? I think you're back. Hello, Crims.
Cheese and rice, dude.
Cheese and rice, indeed. I started talking to the ether without even realizing you were gone.
It happens, man. It happens. Unfortunately, with me, it can just happen.
Oofta.
I just don't know why it happens, because it's lame. It's lame as balls.
Yeah.
I was just going to
when it,
the settings.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, shall we try again and see if your internet holds up? Whoops.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry, I was just still opening
Okay.
settings.
Oh no, you're good. Okay. Let me Oh, I can't join on you. Very interesting.
I might have to close the game and open it again.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're not showing up as online again. Yeah, let me close it.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna apply these settings real quick, and I'm gonna just no. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait. Oh, I see you back on the line, and you're still not joinable.
Yeah, it's barely opening.
Okay. Whoa, that's a cool effect. Also, I wonder. I may have to look at it.
It's taking its sweet time.
Oof.
Thank you. That's heavy.
There are 321 people online right now.
Damn,
Actually,
really?
kinda wild. Yeah, that's what it tells me in the bottom left.
That's a lot. Okay,
For
there you
BO2
are.
on Steam, yes it is.
Can't join
You're
on
still
you.
not joinable. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, is your party privacy set to closed?
Oh, yeah, it is.
So is mine. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. Invite. Cool.
Oh, shit, I
Game
backed out of
invites.
the whole thing.
Accept.
Okay, there we go.
Well, I was gonna say I still should have been able to join your party.
Okay, so we're trying custom match?
I think that's how just 2-player works. So yes, I believe.
Okay.
I do believe.
Original round 1 enabled, disabled. Start match.
Yeah. Here's hoping.
Fingers crossed.
Here is the hopes. Oh.
Seems. Are you at the loading screen? Because
I
I'm at the
am.
loading screen.
I'm in. Yup.
Connected,
I'm
connected.
connecting.
Oh my
I am
god, chat.
connecting. We're in.
Holy shit, we
We're in,
made
baby.
it. We made it.
Okay.
My internet better fucking hold up.
We're in, baby.
So then we're just dudes in hazmat suits, right?
Yep, we sure are.
Crazy.
Turn down my sensitivity 1 notch.
Gaming with death.
Leroy. What up, Dell? Leroy Jenkins. Woo! Dude, I got a max ammo on the very first kill.
No way.
Literally very first kill.
Let me spend some bullets then, so that way it's worth it.
Like, I'm honestly a little curious what the odds of that are. Alright, reload, quick.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah,
grab
go
it.
for it.
I'm baffled at what the odds of that might be. My gosh,
This is
debris.
wild.
Debris on this map is expansive.
Are we floating? Oh no, I just see a huge crater. I see. That's where the nuke dropped.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I was like, what?
That's the mushroom cloud. Duh, that's right there.
We are in Nevada.
Oh,
Ooh. I'm just headshotting for days with this double points. I should definitely be doing what you're doing. Okay,
Ooh.
well. The struggles of knifing into a zombie.
was that Rick Toffin?
It is. It's a radio coming from in here.
Curious.
Gone.
Oh, is it the? Oh, it might have been the TV.
Oh, yeah, probably. Dude, honestly,
yeah.
okay, BO2 feels really good. What the heck?
Yeah, all
I
things
open up to the
considered.
box.
Nice.
I'm hitting the box.
You hit that box. Hit it with all your might.
I got a executioner.
What is that?
The shotgun pistol.
Mmm.
It sucks.
Hell yeah.
It's terrible. Why did I think that was a napalm zombie spawning for a second?
Oh, right.
Gotta be quicker than that. Oh, did they take away the friendly fire bullshit in this game? Yes, they did. I can actually fire when I'm looking at you now.
No, you can't.
Oh. My shotgun pistol could. Hold on. Hold on. What's happening here?
Why,
You guys
why
all
are you
saw
lying
that.
to me?
You guys, no. Check the VOD. Check the VOD. It's there. I'm not lying to anybody. Okay, that was sad.
Kill it. Kill it with fire.
I did. I killed the one I saw. Oh, here he is.
Can we go down into the bunker? Let me go into
If
it.
only. I think you can hear quotes from it. Like, that was something. Brother. Okay, I'm running two pythons, I guess. One shotgun
Okay.
python, one python.
Because this is Alpha Omega, right?
Yes, that leads down into what would be the future Alpha Omega.
Nice. God, the lore. How expansive.
Right. Because this just started off as a side freaking survival map. Literally no lore implications.
Because
And
NUKETOWN
yet-
was beloved, and so to see a zombies version was, like, exciting.
Yep. Like, how did that not kill it?
Oh, are there perks?
Oh, I think so. I think there's got to be at least the base 4. I would hope. I mean, I do hope. I'm going to be very sad if not, because this is going to be worse than World at War at this point. Whoa. Oh, that was
Whoa.
perk spawning.
Oh, right. I
Was a
remember. What fell? Could you see?
It landed over here, didn't it?
Oh, did it?
I thought so.
I don't see.
Oh, yeah,
anything.
in the garage right here, Jug.
Oh. Nice. You should probably save up and get it.
How do we even get into it though?
I think we have to buy from the or crouch.
No, you have to prone, dude. Yeah. You have to prone underneath the garage in order to get it, bro. That's so risky. That's wild. That's so cool, though.
How fucking dare they, dude? That's rude AF.
You've got all the zombies over there, brother.
Are you jealous?
A little bit. I've got a couple. Ooh, a max. Maximum ammunition.
Alright, I'm reloading my RPD.
Oh, sorry.
Never mind. Everything's fine. Everything's good.
Yep. Yeah. You're good. You're good. No biggie.
I'm gonna let you. Oh, can you just vault over this? Oh, you can't, lame. There's a window that leads into the garage, and I thought you could just do that.
I saw that too. I was unsure. I didn't even try anything with it. Ooh, you know what? Ah, you can't dolphin dive through it.
Oh, damn.
I tried. I was hoping. Ooh, I have just enough to buy it. I'm coming.
I hear him again. Damn it. Keep missing the TV.
Yeah, I was hearing him too. I didn't even register it. I'm so used to hearing him that I didn't even register I was hearing him, and it was rare. Or special, maybe.
Oh, I picked up the executioner also.
Nice. Yeah, it's not very
one
good.
shot.
Okay, maybe I suck.
I'm
maybe
aiming
it's
at the
just-
chest.
Okay, I was gonna
One
say,
shot,
it's
yeah.
inaccurate if you go for their heads then, because I've been trying to go for their heads and it just like misses or something. But it's not one-shotting their heads for me, so.
Yeah, just aim for the chest. You're good.
But the headshot points.
Just listen,
It's okay.
man. You want to
I like
live? Or do you want style while you live?
I've got the Python for my headshots, it's okay.
Ooh, that's so creepy, dude. The ambiance of this map is insane.
Yeah, this is nutso. Well, I feel like I'm stuttering a little bit.
I'm looking at OBS. My connection is good so far.
Okay.
Are you still good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
It was very minor. It might have been me like getting stuck on geometry of the map or something even.
Okay. Oh, I'm hearing... Is it a teddy bear?
I think I hear another perk. Is that what that... Oh, never mind.
Ooh,
I thought
yeah.
I heard like crashing of another perk coming down. I did hear you grab a teddy bear though.
Yeah, so if you want to... It's on the school bus. Next to the mannequin.
Okay, cool.
In between
Let me,
the bus and the...
let me hit the
assembly.
box real quick. Ooh. I'll take the M8A1. That's a fun weapon. A fun classic. Where was it? I
on the
see
bus.
it. Yeah, there he is.
Oh, max ammo. Nice.
Heck yeah. Oh, another perk. Yeah. I think it spawned upstairs.
Oh, did it land already?
I just saw it land, like just now. Oh my goodness.
But the whole map didn't shake. That's lame.
Oh no, it was Pack-a-Punch.
Oh, wait, where?
Back right next to the box. Literally right next to it.
I want to see this.
Yeah, it was not a very eventful landing, but I saw it like drop out of the sky.
Look at that. Wow.
I'm not gonna
pretty
lie,
insane.
I forgot we were hazmat suit people, so I saw a hazmat person running out of that door. I'm like, what kind of zombie is that?
That's the special zombies. Oh,
What?
a honk?
Bus? Huh? Transit? Bus route B?
Yeah, we can't get off of this, right? It's only NUKETOWN.
Yeah, no. This is all it is. They just put that in there to tease people.
Rude. I've opened up to the other backyard.
A nuke A nuclear. Oh, geez, this is bad. Oh, brother. I can actually train. Oh. This game actually has good enough, like, tracking to train without... Okay, getting hit every 2 seconds, but I just got hit.
Double points.
Ooh. Oh, double points and an insta? Oh, baby.
There's a power. I'm gonna let you see this first. There's a power up that's behind a door. It's really funny.
Oh, yeah. There's a way to get it.
You just buy the door. It's 3,000.
Oh, yeah, right.
But it's,
that makes sense.
Oh, but it changes. It was double points. Now it's an insta kill.
Ooh.
That's neat.
See, what I find extra lame is the fact that, the debris in the middle to clear out the, like, to clear out the semi-truck is 3K.
That's so funny.
Whoa.
But of course, Billy. Of course it would be 3K.
Oh, yes, of course.
What else are we gonna spend our money on, you know?
True. It's not like any other perks are dropping. Dude, for how small of a map this is, it has a ton of doors.
Yeah, they did a really good job.
I don't know if I'd call it that.
Double points.
Ooh.
Bro, it's only round 9 and I'm already kind of scared.
I think I'm more scared because we don't have immediate access to all the perks that we're relying on them to fall from the sky.
I just got the LSAT. I'm pack-a-punching that.
So does Pack-a-Punch stay, or does that shit fly back up into the sky?
It's stayed so far. Dude, that's funny. The LSAT's pack-a-punch name goes from the LSAT to the F-cert. Last to first. It's not...
Not good?
I expected it to be better, let me just say that. But it's doing alright. It's doing enough. Okay, maybe we've got to, like, open up to, the upstairs and stuff. Because...
Yeah, I've been opening up on this side.
Okay. I mean, I do actually have this one open up already, now that I think about it. There should be more perks, I would hope.
Maybe they just come on certain rounds.
Yeah, probably. Oh, how did I not see this double points?
Double points.
Oh, I grabbed it for the last zombie. How nice.
Sick. Good job. I'm so proud.
I wonder if Unpack-a-Punched Python is still one-shotting at round 11. Let's find out.
I don't think so. This Executioner is, I think, starting to take 2 shots now.
Oh, no, it is.
Oh, it is? Nice.
Headshots anyways, yeah. If you can land a headshot, that's one-shotting. Another max ammo. Lots of max ammos. Yeah, you see, Speed Cola would be extremely nice. I'll just say that.
Agreed.
Bro. Oh, this Python feels good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that could have been bad, but I got out of it. Insta-kill.
Hey, thanks.
You're welcome. I'm gonna pack a punch this python.
Nice. I'm gonna go try for another weapon. Oh, I think the Bowie
There's
knife
also
is
baddies
on
out
the,
there. You need to send
sure.
out the Cobra. 1250. Ooh, I saw monkey bombs spin when you just hit it right there. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Lame.
I'm just gonna start trying to open every door. I've already got 2 pack-a-punch weapons, so I will open, or at least try to open, all other doors.
I think
Possible.
I have everything else open.
Okay, never mind then.
That's where I was putting all my money.
Yeah. I was putting all my money into 2 pack-a-punch weapons. You know, survivability.
Makes sense. I needed to train.
Oh, dude, I've been doing that too. Honestly, training feels very good in this game. I won't lie.
Oh my god. Ashley, yo!
Yo! I just heard a click, like a door click, almost, when I was next to the bunker.
they forgot to lock it, but they hear everything going on outside, so they just quietly like lock it.
Oh, the box is inside the house now.
Oh, I ran right by it. Son of a bitch.
Oh! Wait, why can't I buy these? What the heck? There are lots of wall buys inside the semi.
Oh yeah, there's like 4.
Yeah. And 2 of them I couldn't, like, access for some reason. Unless... Okay.
Oh, because you have to
all.
jump on top
Cool.
of the
Gotcha.
thing.
Well, I'm almost at... What? Okay, I can't go inside that house. I was
God,
fully
I can't
stuck
aim.
on the... Fully stuck on the lip of this door for a second. I'm not even kidding. That was
Really?
wild. Yeah, I was running in place on the lip of that door. Oh, found another teddy bear.
Impressive. I already got that one. Unless you just got it.
No, I haven't.
Then there's one more. Oh, this is that door, by the way. Right here.
Yeah. I came over earlier. Whoa!
What?
I will go back to the other house. That way we're not crossing trains.
Cross my train.
I'll cross your stream.
Oh.
Wait.
Yeah, I'm live right now.
Hold on.
Twitch.tv.
Yeah, we are crossing streams.
You little
I heard it
nasty.
again! I heard the click!
Watch is actually like a small Easter egg that we can do.
Ooh, that would be cool.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You really feel how much you actually, like, take a stun when you get hit by a zombie. Like, how much it stuns you. Ooh! Oh, I'll try and
Nice.
save this double points. I just got a double points.
I got an RPG.
I got simple monkeys!
Nice. Figure out what
And...
button it is.
I just got the war machine or like the grenade launcher or whatever, but I'm not gonna take that. Oh, another perk! Another perk just dropped.
Nice. Oh my god, am I about to go down?
Okay, I figured out what button it is. I'm throwing one, I guess.
Oh.
Did it help you?
Oh,
Or is
they're
it not
unaffected by
getting
it.
them that far? Okay, gotcha.
But I'm alive. I managed.
Good. Very good. We need to try and figure out where this new perk that spawned is at.
I'll take a moment right now. Oh, that's dangerous. I'm glad I found that
Honestly,
door.
I feel like we're... Oh, it's double tap right outside the house. Oh! And this is double tap 2.0! I forgot!
Ooh! Is it outside your house?
Yes. On the right side.
Give me that shit.
Double tap 2.0 actually feels so good! Oh! Guns are so strong. They're so strong.
The strongest ever to have ever existed.
The strongest ever to ever strong.
Ooh, strong, my strong. All strong, you're strong.
Oh. We'll strong each other's strongs.
I think besides that power up door, I think every door is open now.
I think so. I think you are right. I think you would be correct, sir. I heard the click again. They're like peeking their head out this bunker and then dipping back in.
They're just getting just a touch of the radiation poisoning.
I just realized there's literally a like car battery on top of the pack-a-punch.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like that's what's powering it.
Got so many renditions that we overlooked
Oh,
of the
oh okay,
pack-a-punch.
that helps.
Alright, I'm coming.
I should probably get a different weapon.
It's oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna say it's in the other backyard, but I forgot that was just because of the
The
fire
Firsalo. Ooh, RPD pack and punch.
shit shreds, bro.
Yeah.
I guess I'll leave.
I bet it does.
Yeah, are you jealous?
A little bit, yeah, because this F-cert just ain't it. Oh, another perk dropped. Sounded like it dropped over by you, or it looked like it dropped over by you.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okie dokie. Ooh, end of the round too. I hope it's Speed Cola. Hopefully it's not Quick Revive. It's Quick Revive.
It's Speed Cola. It's at the second floor. At the window.
Heck yeah. Oh, this was a very bad time to come and buy it. Can you... Okay, you can mantle out the window. That's good. Woo!
I just
That was
hate how
not about to
slow
get
the animation
stuck.
is.
Yeah. I just wasn't about to get stuck in that room drinking. So I'm glad they at least let you mantle out the window. I think we have gotten a fantastic rotation of perks here.
Indeed. And I wonder if it's random.
So I think it's random which one comes down, but not the location it comes down in. I might be saying that backwards. Because I did boot this map up before stream just to see if it ran. And Quick Revive spawned almost immediately, but literally right next to the big semi. Like right in the middle of the map.
Oh, sure.
And that location has not been used yet. So I'm wondering if that's like the static location that Quick Revive would spawn in. Double Tap's static location is on the side of the house. That kind of thing. Like they all have static locations. It's just a matter of which one spawns in.
Yeah, that makes sense. I want to use the fire sale. Get off my fucking back.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize the back of this house had 2 box spawns.
Oh, does this one? Oh, man.
That's really cool. The back of this house has 2. Oh my god, I got the RPG.
Nice. I also got monkeys.
Hey, heck yeah. And no, not nice. I don't want the RPG. The RP jizzle.
It could be the RP Geiger counter.
Oh, speed cola. All of this just feels so good. I'm literally every single thing that we do, I'm just like, oh, it feels so good.
All of it, dude.
Another
Back-to-back
fire sale?
dude.
Oh, and here you go.
Oh my god, thank you. I actually
Hit
wanted to
that
try the
box.
They're not going away. Why aren't they going away?
Oh my gosh, terrible weapons coming out of this box, out of these boxes. No!
Oh
What'd
my
you get?
god, we're
You get the
shredding,
ray gun?
brother. Sure did.
Hell's freaking yeah, bro. Come and pack punch that ish.
I will. I'll do that.
Yeah, pack punch it right in front of me.
Billy, please. Say less.
Oh no!
Right, I'm
Dude,
coming.
I've only been using the Python this whole time.
Really?
I have taken out the FCERT, the LSAT only during the insta kills, so I don't waste the Python ammo.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like,
I mean, for
dude,
how
this
often we're getting power-ups, dude.
yeah, but like this Python just feels so good. It's so fun.
One
Oh,
pack,
there's another perk
dude.
spawn over here. So I've noticed all the perk spawns have like piles of like black boxes.
Oh, this is a perk spawn? Oh.
Yeah.
So there's
So
like
the one that you
2 on
see-
the other side.
Ah.
I understand now.
Insta. Ooh. I needed it. I turned around to a lot of zombies.
I want stamina up now. Give it to me.
Yeah. I almost don't even know if I want, like, quick revive to spawn in. Because we're on a 4 perk limit.
Oh, that's right.
So, yeah, our next perk is going to be last.
Double points.
Is that
Wow.
back to back?
Yup, 2 double points just stacked. If only they actually stacked. So, would you want it to stack to be quadruple points for 30 seconds or double points for a full minute?
And depending on how much you kill, that can be the same.
Ah, true. That's a fair point. But, like, which one sounds better?
For the immediacy of it, the quadruple points.
True.
Because then
Good
you're seeing immediate feedback rather than like right now we're in a lull because we switch round, you know.
Yeah.
So we would have the benefit if it was longer versus if you have a horde on you.
Oh, I'm so sad.
What happened?
I'm not gonna take them, but I got the CZ75 dual wield out of the box.
If only we had mule kick.
Yeah. Those were like my favorite weapons when I would go over to my friend's house and play this game way back in the day, and we would play multiplayer against bots because I don't think he had online services. So we would play multiplayer against bots, and dude, the CZ75s are so fun.
Yeah.
Unless I'm thinking of BO1. If I'm thinking of BO1, then I don't know what those were. I could be mixing up the games. Not even gonna lie. But either way, CZ75s, goated. Very goated. Very gotato chips.
I too figured out the button for monkey bombs.
Hell yeah. Oh, I think I hear another perk spawning.
Oh, do you?
I thought so. I thought that's what that sound was. I'm looking up in the sky, waiting for the meteor to fall, but nothing's happening, so maybe not. Ooh. Dude, yeah, this Python's still killing it, bro.
Is it Packer Punched?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, but I'm out of ammo with it now. I have 8 shots left.
Awkward.
How sad. I went to reload. I'm all like, why aren't you reloading? Oh. Oh.
I opened the door just for you, just so I could reload your Python.
Oh. I didn't even realize. Thank you.
Nope.
How sweet.
I wonder if you can fall off and die though.
Oh.
No, you cannot. I tried.
All right. I was gonna say, do you want to find out?
I'd be like, good luck, Billy.
No.
Yeah, what the fuck? Where's that next perk at?
Maybe. Oh, I was about to say maybe it's round 20, but we're on round 20. Oh. How's the ray gun serving you?
I don't know. I haven't used it. Oh, well, never mind. That was just the box.
Oh.
What'd you get?
I actually got red screened. That's what I got.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that was me a little while ago.
It's because I'm going too hard for these box hits, dude. I'm prioritizing box hits over surviving right now.
Alright. Oh, that's what I should get. Silly me.
Silly you. Ooh.
Double points.
My god, I've gotten the grenade launcher so many times, dude.
You can get that ray gun. I believe in you.
I'm not even going for the ray gun at this point. This Python is my personal ray gun. I'm just going for like an RPD or something better than this F-cert.
Just to say you got the ray gun on Zombies NUKETOWN, because I don't know when we'll revisit
True.
this map again.
Nah, you're right. That's a good point. I need it.
But memories, dude. Just looking out at all the destruction. Looking out at this map. Being on this map.
Huh.
So good.
Oh my god, the RPG again. I'm getting the RPG and grenade launcher back to back, and that's it.
I forgot that you could knife the mannequin heads off.
Oh, that's right.
I got the
In
Bowie knife,
multiplayer?
so it's super epic.
Oh, that's what I was forgetting. I knew I was forgetting to do something.
It's on the truck.
Yep, I saw it earlier and told myself, I'm gonna buy that, and never did.
Get it.
I also want to buy Semtexes. Oh yeah.
Smart.
Oh yeah. Or should
Do
I have
you
bought
want an
Claymores?
AK-74U?
Heck no, brother.
Here, I'll make you feel like you bought Claymores. I got you.
Okay. I got the bear. I got the bear.
Oh, shit. Okay, I was gonna use the Claymore, but I guess I need to rebind the directional button. Are you alive? Are you okay?
Yeah, yep, I'm good. I'm good. We're all good. I just rapid fired the shit out of this Python. No, I didn't even know I could fire it that fast. Like, holy crap. Oh.
You're not, don't do it.
I pressed the wrong button to try and throw a monkey bomb, but I survived.
What'd you throw?
Why? Why aren't they? I accidentally just knived. I jumped and knived. Ooh, fire sale.
I believe there's a fire sale.
Oh, hey, thanks. Did you know there's a fire sale going on right now?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, of course.
Sick, dude. I'm gonna hit this fire sale.
Oh, dude, so smart. It sounds like you need to use a fire sale.
Yeah.
There's one going.
Oh,
I don't know
dude.
if you saw.
No way! Shit. Oh, sick. Thanks, dude. I got the hammer. I'm taking that.
Bro, I'm so set that I got a fire cell that I didn't even use the fire cell. That's how set I am.
The sledgehammer, baby.
It's so cute looking at the little mini nuke that you get and then looking out off the edge to the actual big nuke.
That's funny. I was wondering where you were going with that, and then I'm like, oh yeah, giant nuke. Oh wow, hey, look at that. Oh, got something in my eyeball.
Get it out. Get your eyeball out.
I did.
You took your eyeball out? That's
Yep.
pretty metal, dude.
Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, where's this next perk at? Is it like 25 or something?
I don't know, but it's
Oh, there's
lot.
another perk spawn out here too. There are a couple perk spawns in the spawn area.
Yeah, there's two in the backyard over here. Is there any more upstairs? No, just speed cola.
Come on, show me that fireball. Rain down with the fireball. You're not giving me a fireball.
It said, no, Billy, you can wait.
Another max ammo for no reason.
I love
Bro,
how
yeah.
often these power-ups show up.
Just about to say the same thing. The amount of power-ups that we get on this map is beautiful.
Oh, shit. That was rude.
Did I just... Hold up. Did I just... No, there's no way I just...
What'd you do?
We're gonna see if I just... Nope. Okay. I saw that thinking it was an outline of a weapon. I was looking through the broken shed back here, and as I was firing, like, strafing, I thought I saw, like, the outline of, like, weapon chalk in this broken shed back here.
Hmm.
And I was like, you can't even get in there. Why is there weapon chalk? So I thought maybe they were, you know, teasing you with a weapon you can't reach.
That's the Easter egg. Getting to that weapon you can't reach.
If only. Oh, is that the sound of another perk coming?
Oh, is that what that is?
Maybe. It is! I see it coming! There's a fireball! Fiery fireball! It landed in the middle. I think it's quick revive.
No, it landed in his backyard, but you're right. It is
Oh, did
quick
it?
revive. Yeah.
Oh, darn. Okay, so they're not even static locations. Completely random. Complete chance, it seems, for anything to spawn. How
That's kinda cool.
How fun. How neat.
I mean, considering how small the map is, like, I do like that better.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So then it's like RNG. Like, are you gonna survive? Are you gonna get it? Are you gonna get the thing that you want?
But, I don't think I'm gonna get that. Oh! Do I take it over the hammer?
Yes.
Alright. I think I'm just gonna hold out for whatever the next perk might be.
Mm-hmm. That's a good idea.
I
What's
mean,
the name of the
hopefully
gun,
there is
gun you
another
just
perk.
got?
The RPD.
Oh yeah, that's what I pack. That's what I've been running this whole time. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah.
Um,
I just wasn't sure if I should switch it out for the hammer, because the hammer is pretty dang good, too.
whatchamacallit? Oh, on the other side of the fence is where the other perk location is back here.
I gotcha. Relativistic punishment device.
I know,
It's a
isn't it
very
amazing?
interesting name. Oh, that's a lot of zombies. Woo!
Can I get PhD for this ray gun?
True. Yeah, I don't know what other perks come on this map. Another fire sale. Wow.
Imagine this is how easy it was for all the other maps. For
Oh,
like these
gosh.
power-ups to drop.
Dude. Zombies would be a joke. RPG. Wow.
Your favorite weapon, dude.
The game's favorite weapon for me, apparently. Ooh, why not?
Neat. Uh-oh. I'm running out of my RPD.
Oh no! Let's find a max ammo here in the next like 5 seconds, probably.
Right.
I was half expecting one of the next 2 zombies that I just killed right there to have one, but alas.
No such luck.
You know what I just realized? That means me killing that very first zombie and spawning a max ammo probably isn't that high of odds. Because I was literally like, at the very beginning of the game, I was like, what the heck are the odds of me killing one singular zombie and getting a max ammo? Sure enough, probably not that high. Wonder how the Bowie knife does right now.
Okay.
Yeah?
Not the best.
Wow. Textures, it's really funny seeing just how far away you have to be for textures to de-render. Like,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
looking at this bunker and backing up, and when I'm, like, not even fully across the backyard, the texture's de-rendered for the bunker. But if you aim at it, because you're, you know, changing your render distance or whatever, you're aiming at it, it renders. But then as soon as you stop ADS, it's gone. Not gone, but just, you know, Play-Doh-y.
It's just clay.
Yeah.
Oh my god, thank you.
Oh no. I'm dead. Because I'm stupid and was pressing all the wrong buttons. I'm not used to these controls yet, so I went to press the button I would normally press to throw a monkey bomb, and nothing happened, and I was like, what?
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
You're alive.
Thank you.
Whatever you do, don't die again.
I'll try my best.
Are you getting
I
juggled?
feel like I actually have to buy double tap first, because otherwise my weapons aren't strong enough to kill anything.
Oh, here you go. Go get all your
Yeah,
fish.
that'll help.
This is amazing! I feel
Yo,
incredible! Yes, 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 yes! I can win! I can break! I can do this! What are you doing? Nothing.
Cobra, how you doing? What's good?
Do we still have shared chats? Or...
Oh, I think because of my... whatchamacallit. Oh, no, well, she just used a channel point at redemption. She didn't chat, so
Okay. No, we're good.
I think it should still be fine.
I just wasn't sure. Yeah.
Doing good. Hi, Billy.
Hi! I see you now. Hello, how are you? Okay, that was bad.
Oh. What you up to, Cobra? What you got going on? Benigrim Cumberbatch.
Wow. Now that's a name. I like that one.
She gets real creative with it. I've been good. I've been doing well. Getting over being sick. Yeah, you can kind of hear it in my voice, but I'm doing a lot better. It started like Tuesday-ish. But yeah, we're doing a lot of holiday stuff. Hanging with Lexi, hanging with my dad. We Saturday we had an ornament painting party. That was pretty fun.
Ooh.
The weather was perfect for the s'mores and live action Grinch in the backyard.
Ooh.
'Twas the bee's knees. Okay. I want to try and guess
TV's going again.
what this last perk is going to be. I'm going to say PhD. I think it's going to be that over Mule Kick.
I am gonna take a wild shot and say stamina up.
It's going to be Wisp Tea.
Oh no! Oh no! Is it death perception? Wisp tea would actually be useful.
Hold up. What color are the zombies' eyes? Did they change?
They are blue. Were they not blue already? Wait, you might be onto something.
Did they change?
I think they did.
They were...
And now Richtofen's the announcer.
What?
Dude, okay,
Why?
so round 25. Is that must be just a known thing. Round 25, the zombies change and Richtofen. Because I very vaguely remember something about that, but could not have said anything with confidence.
Why?
But we're
though?
experiencing it now. Yeah, I don't know.
Because, like, how far is Groom Lake from where this is? Can't be that far.
Right, right.
You know what I mean? Like, is that the moment solidifying that the Earth blew up?
Oh, dude, actually, yeah, you might be right. You might be onto something. This is
Then, like,
technically taking place at the same time as, like, Moon and us blowing up Earth. And so, right when we hit round 25 is when that happens.
I wish there was some other visual cue aside from the zombies turning and Richtofen being the announcer.
Yeah. Maybe it has to do with the TVs. Maybe that's what we're hearing on the TV.
Oh.
Is literally the quotes going through and him, like... So, you know,
Like
it
a
doesn't even have to be...
broadcast or like a
Oh
channel.
my gosh, I'm red screen again. Holy crap. So, you know what I think? It doesn't even have to be... Oh, that max ammo helped so much. Jeez, if I can get this thought out, but I keep derailing myself every 2 seconds. It doesn't even have to be us blowing up the Earth, because obviously if we blew up the Earth, this would be totally different. All it is Richtofen trading places with Samantha and the MPD.
Yeah.
So... That's crazy. Nice, thank you. Ooh.
Nice. Yeah, I can't use my claymore because my my button mapping for it isn't correct.
Oh, that's not good.
Just a claymore. If we were doing the Shangri-La, that would be more of an issue.
True. True dat.
Bruh, AZ be
So-
extra pissing me off this season. Me at 79 on a Sunday. I know, it's fucking stupid. It's flipping stupid. Man.
No yawning, Billy. You're right. I'm sorry.
Billy, what the fuck?
I mean, you would hate to hear how much sleep I'm running on.
Both of us, yeah. It's just how we live our lives, Cobra. On the edge.
Because the comment I made earlier today when you asked if we were playing zombies, and I was like, if I don't like get wiped off the face of existence, it's because I wasn't sure if I was going to be alive.
Just conks out. Oh, nice. Edging yourselves.
Edging yourself.
Cobra, please.
I'm always edging.
Oh, that's my secret
Wait.
cap.
Yeah, that's my secret cap. I'm always edging.
I mean, technically Bruce is.
Can I please get the ray gun?
What the fuck, game? Give my boy the ray gun. You gave it to me.
That's the wrong kind of pistol, Box. I need the ray magical pistol.
The Ray Magical. The Ray Mysterio.
Oh my gosh. The terrain messed me up.
Perfect time for that, Maxim. Holy shit.
Heck yeah. So you
I'm
see,
looking, and I see
I
another
started blasting.
location for the perk. It's in a
Yeah,
weird
I still
spot.
got one over here too. Oh, you found like a new weird one. Gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, because there's one behind the fence in the very far corner, and then there's one behind the brick oven in the middle.
Ah,
of the
oh,
backyard.
interesting.
Stop slapping me! I don't like it.
So I started blasting. This Python is still one-shot headshotting, but it's becoming a little inconsistent if it's a one-shot chest shot. Cause like it seems like neck might still one-shot, but if it hits the chest, I'm firing a couple.
Do I have last zombie?
No, I did. Oh wait, maybe. I just killed one. I thought it was last. Nice. Is another perk even gonna spawn? Nutso, man. Nutso.
Gross.
What?
This chatter.
I'm glad that doesn't show up in shared chat.
Yeah, it do be pretty annoying.
I'm gonna practice my training skills.
Yeah, get trained. Get trained on.
Whoa, wait. Pause.
Run a train on Billy? Oh, dude. Fuck yeah.
Oh, I just took the okay, wait. Hold on. Nope.
Are you alive? Are you dying?
Yeah, I was about to say something even more sus. But I just took the tightest hole I could find.
Took the A train to Pound Town, brother.
Oh no. What are we doing, chat?
That's what we're not doing.
I mean, I did just say I'm always edging myself, so...
This is true. Maybe I should save, because I completely forgot the whole mechanic. It's impossible to spawn power-ups with the ray gun. You need a bullet weapon for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I actually didn't know that at all.
Or, not impossible, it's just more rare to spawn
Really?
power-ups when killing zombies with the ray gun, yeah.
Interesting. I would not have been aware of that if you didn't say anything. Is it just because it's stronger and you're killing more zombies?
Yeah,
Like,
the damage that it does.
Sure.
This,
Yeah.
because of the splash damage, what you're killing around it, and you're more likely to make crawlers.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Please, 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 please. Stop it, stop it, stop it! Stop it right now!
So, this Python's not totally cutting it anymore.
Dude, nothing is. I think
Yeah.
that's the point.
You know what would? I'd be willing to bet the Barrett 50 cal pack-a-punched.
Ooh.
That thing probably one-shots for days, brother.
Nice.
Oh. Found a maximum ammunition. Throw a monkey bomb and reload.
Go for it. I'm already reloaded on both weapons.
I'm reloading right now.
And I'm just training.
Okay.
Nice, thank you.
You're very welcome. Get out of here, crawlers. You're ugly.
I think you
Whoops.
got last.
Yeah, I've got last, little slow crawler boy. Look at this dweeb. Look at him. Look at this guy.
What a goddamn loser.
I found a hand. Yeah, you know what? This is what you get. Oh. Bowie knife doesn't even kill a crawler. Took 3 knives from the Bowie knife to kill a crawler.
Yeah, that's what
What
I'm
a
saying.
dweeb.
Bowie knife. I wish you could pack a bunch of Bowie knife. That'd be kind
I
of
was just about to say the same thing. I wish you could pack a punch the Bowie knife.
Do you want to switch spawns so you can hit the... Or, it's not spawns. Switch train locations. Do you want to go to this house and I'll go over there? So that way you can use the mystery box?
Sure, why not?
Oh my god. We'll do it after this round.
Okay.
Were you going and then he turned around?
I'd only just entered the house.
No! Fuck.
Well, okay. Is the ray gun still cutting it?
It is. I was talking and training and not paying attention.
For sure. Just making sure that the ray gun was still doing you some sort of good.
Alright, when you get here, I can cover you. Oh wait, you have monkeys too, right?
Yep.
Tanks, best buddy.
I didn't even need to use that, it seems. Yeah, I probably would have been alright, but no, it's better. It's better this way.
I'm gonna get my perks. You just stay here.
Yep.
Oh my god, get out
Will
of my
do.
way! Despawn, please, for the love of God.
And new ones are already spawning. So, now I have to figure out how to train in this area.
No, that's not hard. I believe in you. Noted, you can't go prone while drinking.
Oh gosh. Dude, the RPG again. It's insane.
The box music, it's so whimsical.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't even hear it. Oh.
Or I guess it's just the duration of the power-up.
Yeah, I think it's the fire sale music, but yeah, I think I just have my music volume turned down too low. I don't hear it.
Oh my god. Turning red.
Yeah. Yeah, you sure do. So it's a little rough over there, ain't it?
Yeah. Well, it's like the ray gun's good and all, but it's making all the crawlers, so then I'm having to run past crawlers like an idiot.
Yeah. Ooh, an insta-kill. Dude, the grenade launcher again. How many times have I gotten this weapon? That and the RPG. Jeez.
God, they really come
And
from
got teddy
everywhere
bear.
over here.
Yeah. They sure do. Whoa. That's loud. The box leaving right then was very loud for me. Where'd the box go?
Dude, it's back over here.
Nice. I love that for you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
What?
I didn't just miss like 6 shots in a row. No, not at all.
Sir, what are you even
What's up?
doing?
What's up, man? What? What's up?
I need to go get my perks again.
Oh, I forgot you still needed those. Yeah, what the heck? Do
I
you
got
need help?
Juggernog. No. I got
Okay.
Juggernog. That's what was keeping me alive. But I need to get the
Alright.
double tap and the Spitcola.
Time to hydrate while we have a second. Hydration.
Yeah, see, look, this is the other place I think a perk will spawn right here.
Oh, yeah, you're right, you're right.
And then the other one
You
is
are
still
so
like right
right.
here.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Double swipe me, you asshole.
Have I finished my Xmas shopping? I'm just waiting on stuff to come in from Amazon. The more stuff came in today. I need to go next week because I get paid this. Me and Billy get paid this Friday, so I'm gonna do some more shopping next week for a couple more things, and I think I'll be good. I think.
Wahoo!
Then I just need to bag and wrap everything. Like I funded 80% of Amazon this Christmas season. Yeah, dude, it's fucking insane. Especially when you can do the gift bag. If you're just, you know, buying it for a gift, you can just have it delivered with, what is it, like an extra $3 or $4 to get it in a bag, in a gift bag?
Wait, really? I actually don't think I knew that.
Yeah, if you order from Amazon and it's
Yeah.
specifically a gift, you can have it paid like an extra couple bucks to have it put in a bag.
Nice.
Like a gift bag.
Yeah, that way you don't have to do the wrapping.
Yeah. You're just telling Lexi you love rapping. Yeah, my dad. It's a fucking art form, dude. He loves rapping, or I don't know if he loves it, but he does it really well. I can say that much. But yeah, when I wrap presents, you know it came from me because I'm dog shit at wrapping presents.
Dude, same. I can't rap for ass.
Yeah.
Wait,
So.
does that make sense?
You rap for ass, bro?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, where's the last teddy bear? I'll hold a zombie. We can just look for it.
Yeah. I think I've also got a zombie on this side, too. The last
just
two
hold
zombies
it.
are extremely slow,
So
yeah.
on the bus, on the second bunk here at this house, I mean,
So
by
it's
that
gotta be
logic,
this
I-
house or this backyard.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's got to be over here somewhere. Maybe on the couch.
I'm also
No.
still knifing all the mannequins' heads off over here.
Oh yeah, I was doing that periodically. Oh, you're in here. Hi.
I can't rap for ass, Billy, Christmas 2025. You're damn right.
It's not in here.
And you can
there's
quote
another-
me on it.
Oh, can we hit this?
Oh, I found
mountain?
it. I hear it.
Nice. Wait, where are you?
I hear it. Oh, here he is. Behind the wall right here, or behind the fence.
Oh yeah, get it. Or do you want to wait till 30? Never mind, you go.
I got it. What did it do?
Maybe because it's a small map, we need to get more than 3.
Mayhaps. Per maybe. Oh no, this one was never interacted with. I still hear the buzzing.
Oh, which one was it?
The bunk bed.
Oh, it's this song.
Is this what some? No, is this Samantha's Lullaby? I don't know why that popped into my head.
I don't know. Oh, there's another perk location. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is the one I was talking about
Oh,
for
I
Quick
see.
Revive when I had first spawned into my solo game. Quick Revive just slammed down right there.
What if for solo, Quick Revive mandatorily spawns right there?
It probably does. That's what I think I was. That's what I think was happening right there. Yeah.
That was your speculation.
Yes, my speculation. Because I mean, if you're playing solo, you've got to be able to revive yourself.
Yeah. Training in the center is not fun. I'm going back to my house.
No. Back to your house, yeah. I'm at my house. Ooh, that's a nuke. I like that.
You get some points.
Gives me a chance to hit the box.
Reload.
Wow. I'm reloaded. I got the ray gun! That's Raya!
Let's go! Didn't
But
even
no,
need a
what I
fire
was gonna
sale.
say, I'm a little BO7 brain rotted. BO6 and BO7 brain rotted.
Why?
I just went to try and put on an armor plate. I hate that I hate that too.
I'm mad that we can't sprint omnidirectionally.
Oh no. Dude. That's so funny. The privilege.
Dude, they're treating us so well right now in the new BO7 ZOMS.
Yeah.
But I mean that also, it's like everything levels at the same time. Like they're not just giving us that. They're like the fucking zombies are much faster and do so much more.
Yeah.
Like vaulting is a privilege, omnidirectional sprinting is a privilege, you know, sliding is a privilege.
Yeah, being able to both slide and dolphin dive.
Yes, true.
Like, dude, yeah, zombies is literally a whole different game at this point.
Oh my god, stop. I'm alive. We're okay.
Good, you better be. Oh, yeah, that hurts. I have so many crawlers on me right now.
See, like, that's what I'm saying. The Pack-a-Punch ray gun is nice and all, but it just gets kind of annoying.
It's a crawler machine.
Yes, absolutely.
And then it still takes another 2 shots sometimes to kill the crawler.
Yep.
Like, what?
I wish it was just 2 shots. One to make it a crawler, the other to kill it.
Right. I think if you hit it directly, it is. But if you're using the splash damage hitting the ground next to it...
Yeah, it's a hit or miss, though. Even hitting it directly, it feels like it doesn't hit it.
Yeah, true. Very true. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. I'm okay. I'm safe. We're good.
Dude, yeah.
Tight training coming in handy.
Where's stamina? My god.
You know what? Now that I have the ray gun, I almost want PhD as well. Wow, I've used a lot of ray gun ammo already. Holy crap, I didn't realize how quickly I was burning through that.
Yep.
What round do you say we get to?
I mean, I think we can get to 50.
I was honestly kind of thinking the same thing. It's just...
We can do that.
It starts to take a while.
It does. You're absolutely right.
But,
dude,
I'm totally
what else
down.
what else did you notice though?
Oh, what? I don't know. What am I missing?
How many power-ups are we getting?
Oh, significantly less. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did think about that. Yeah.
That was definitely front heavy.
Which is why I'm going to start unloading with my RPD until we get a max ammo. Or until I run out of RPD ammo and switch back to my ray gun, whichever comes first. Oh, that's beautiful.
I know. Praise me.
I know, you're beautiful. So, I have my phone connected to my computer. So, when I get a call, it comes through my headphones. And I was really confused. Oh, okay. Well, that story can wait.
I was too focused on the story.
I need to come clutch. Oh, this is gonna be awkward. Okay, not too awkward, actually.
Hi, buddy.
Hello, how are you?
I could be better.
Yeah. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of zombies coming
Oh
out.
my god.
We can throw another monkey if you'd like.
Yeah, I will. I'm just
Okay.
trying to clean up all this bullshit. I don't know why I'm waiting. There's an upstairs.
There's a top stair. Oh, what?
Yeah. Billy, no!
Yeah. Luckily, you have the monkey bombs.
Oh my god. No, 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 no. Stay back! Stay back! Stay back!
Jesus.
Alright, come with me. Go, yeah, go up the window. Go.
I bought Speed Cola first.
Oh god, you're so fucking smart, dude.
And I'm gonna throw a monkey bomb. And buy Jug. I pressed the wrong button again. I'm so used to my new age controls. Buy it. Oh my god. Oh, I got out just in time. Holy crap.
And then double tap right. That's at the front of the house.
Yep. Oh, I'm out of monkey bombs. I also got stuck on a lip somewhere and could not buy double tap.
It's okay.
Oh, that's... Oh, you threw monkey. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yep. Alright, I'm going back to my house. Bye.
Yep, same. I'm going back to my house. I'm going home. I'm an introvert. My
God,
ray
it
gun's
takes
almost
so
out of ammo.
much. Why does it take so much? Never mind. Maybe 40.
Yeah, maybe 48. Like, 50 is doable, it's just there's not enough ammo to do it.
Right. And there's no, like... Oh, ammo caches? Another save? in
Dude,
BO7?
oh my god.
Holy shit, dude.
Literally all of the luxuries that we don't realize we have. And we complain about them adding them the first time they're in the game.
Right.
Because we're like, what is this? This isn't zombies. And then we're like, dear God, we need this.
Mm-hmm. Can't live without it. Tell me why I forgot I had Semtexes.
They just don't seem powerful enough for me to care about using. You know, if you're able to line up all headshots, the RPD actually is still killing pretty well.
God damn it, all these fucking crawlers, dude.
Oh! I'm okay.
I have no more ammo at all.
Really?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm still RPDing. No! I'm out of monkey bombs too.
Yep. The Semtex blew me up.
Oof. Alright, I'm making my way. And you know what? I think it's time
What?
that
Except for what?
we buy Quick Revive.
Oh yeah, that's smart.
Well, a fire sale doesn't help me right now.
But the music, Billy. The music absolutely helps you.
I bought... Oh god, that was a bad idea. I'm alive, I'm good.
I don't know how I'm like, oh, max ammo! Oh my god.
Seeing that max ammo almost just killed me. Oh my god. I literally went to yell it out and I started choking on nothing.
Throw it. Are you fucking kidding me? I was literally about to go get Jug. That's so dumb.
What? Brother, what? Alright, it's fine. I have monkey bombs back.
I'm so mad.
Oh, we don't even need it. I have quick revive. Leave that crawler. Aw. Okay, no, there's still more. There's still more. We're good. You can get all your perks back.
I'm rich. Jeez.
Yeah, right? That's the only good part about this map, is that you have nothing to spend your points on. So as many times as you go down, you'll guaranteed be able to buy your stuff back. And there are only a couple crawlers left. A couple crawleroos. Crawleroonies. And yeah, I wonder if these base 4 perks are really the only ones left. Or only ones on this map.
Yeah, those other locations might just be like other possibilities that they can spawn at.
Yeah, other spawn points for them for sure.
Yeah. Okay, I'm good again. I have them.
I'm hitting the box for no reason at this point. Do you see... Maybe your FOV isn't high enough, I don't know, but do you see what you're doing with your other hand when you have the ray gun out?
Yeah. It's like just there.
Yeah.
At the bottom of your screen.
What?
It's like doing nothing, it's just out.
Why? Am I ready to grab something? I feel like that hand is ready to just grab something.
It's ready to do something, Billy.
Oh, yeah.
Do I have the last zombie?
Probably.
Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. It sure, Oh, wait, no, I hear one more over here, I think. Oh, no, there you go, you got it.
No, you don't.
Oh, I don't, you're right, I'm sorry. I'm hearing, false zombies. But, oh, that could have been bad. I just dolphin dived off the, top of the stairs.
Oh, yeah, don't do that. You could die.
But, that readied hand is certainly ready and primed for reloading. So that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. We love that.
Oh, I love having maximum ammunition.
Bro, fuck these zombies.
Ha! Hell yeah, brother.
Anything we do can to dwindle
Die,
these rounds.
despawn, die, go away.
See, that's what I'm
doing?
saying. They take so fucking long. It's so
Holy
dumb.
crap. There were literally already new zombies spawned in before the other ones actually died out. That's crazy. Like, I'm not even kidding. I saw these zombies on my screen. Meanwhile, the ones just to the other side, their heads just popped.
So dumb.
Wild.
Dude.
Those nukes need to work much quicker.
They never will. They're not paid well enough.
They know how much of a hated power-up they are. Oh, insta-kill's gone. That's not good.
You silly Billy.
Oof. One bullet left. Fired the entire RPD magazine, stopped firing, and had one bullet left.
Oh my god, stop chasing me. What the fuck? Who do you think you are?
This thing was loud. I couldn't hear a word you said.
The zombie was chasing me. I said, stop chasing me. What are you doing?
Oh. Oh yeah, let me just shoot these zombies for no reason because they should be dying to a nuke. Oh no, these ones are already fresh spawn. Never mind. No nukes. My bad. I disrespected these zombies and they're mad about it.
Good, how dare you. Have more respect.
Yep.
You know how much entertainment they've provided us over these years?
True. I've actually gone this whole round only using the RPD.
Nice.
Dude, yeah, all of this is still just round 31. Rounds take forever. Ooh. A fire sale for nothing.
I'm gonna run it just cause.
Yeah, same. I'm literally running both boxes here for no reason.
Gas guy? What is that? Oh, it's a sniper rifle.
I got
Hunter
the
sniped you.
50,000.
No.
Oh no!
The music for the mystery box is fun.
Yeah. I could barely hear it. I turned my music volume up a little bit ago, so I could barely hear it. But, look at our kills, brother.
Oh.
Yeah. Already.
God damn,
All
dude.
freaking ready.
Does that count the nukes or no?
No. Nukes, I don't believe, count towards kills.
Makes sense. Figured I'd ask, brother. Don't stuck me. Don't you fucking do it.
Oh.
Don't you stuck me. Gonna go lay down now, your body's hurt. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Good night, Sky. Thanks so much for being here. Hope you feel better. Hope the doctor goes well tomorrow.
Good night, guys. Have a great rest of your night. I hope you do feel better. Wow, double points. So use. Much wow.
Oh my god.
Don't oh my god me right now. Not right now, brother.
Deal with it.
I almost oh my god it. Yeah. I held back though. I held back.
Ooh, leave me alone.
So maybe round 35?
Yeah, I'm okay with that actually.
Oh, brother, reload.
Oh, send it.
Oh, I'm sending.
Oh my god. Thank you.
My rare beauty. Okay, yeah, compared to BO1, Black Ops 2, like, hit boxes, hit registration, all that feels a lot better.
For sure. Movement also is a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. It actually feels a lot smoother than I was expecting it to be honest.
Oh my god, that always terrifies me. I get backed into that corner where the playground is, and I'm like, do I have enough room?
Yeah.
Or the
Yeah, I'll
sandbox.
admit, feeling backed up like that, it happens quite quickly. Or feeling cornered. Feeling cornered is a scary feeling in this game.
Mm-hmm.
And knifing does not feel good. I'm gonna say that. I dislike the knifing very much in this game.
Knifing with a Bowie knife is stupid, but I feel like the Bowie knife has always been stupid.
Sure. Insta-kill. Ooh. Hey, there's a fire sale. Just thought I'd point that out in case you didn't know. Yeah, man.
Oh man, I was gonna use it for fun. I missed it. I missed the opportunity.
Oh! No! I was so close to getting out of that! I was genuinely so close!
I'm coming.
I made one bad play. I'm trash.
No, you're not trusting until you have more downs than me.
I'm only one away.
Are you getting there?
I got your back, brother. Oh yeah, monkey bombs. Those got your back too.
I'm here, brother.
Oh yeah, brother. Run while monkey bomb is still active. I'm throwing another one and I'm getting jugged.
Do it.
Oh no, this is bad. I don't even think I got hit 5 times though, or 4 times, whatever jug health is. I just got insta'd.
Go back in there. Crawl back in there.
Yep. Yep.
I think I can just hold on to a crawler though. They're not spawning
Alright.
in.
I'm good.
So you should have a good time.
Dude,
getting close.
okay. The hitbox for buying double tap is not friendly.
Yeah, why is it so far? It's so dumb. You have to be right in front of it.
Yep. That's what messed me up, because I tried buying it from, oh, just ever so slightly off to the side, and it said no.
There's a zombie in the semi. I don't know if there's any others.
I am perked up on a Monday.
When you're ready.
Let's do it.
I passed 100K. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, yeah, you did. I'm at exactly 75K.
Impressive. That's actually hard to do.
Yeah. And we're at the same amount of downs now. All because I went to buy Jug right there.
But look at your headshots, brother. God damn.
True. Like I said, man, you line up these headshots, this RPD is not bad. I train until I have a whole horde, and then just turn around and unload headshots.
Wicked smart.
I use about half the magazine, but still kills the horde.
I'm seeing red. I'm seeing red.
Oh no! No. You're not allowed to see red. Not before me! Oh god.
Ooh.
How many monkey... Okay, I still have 2 monkey bombs left.
Oh my god. They ain't quitting.
Yep, would be beautiful to see another maximum ammunition. Max ammo.
It's just me, or are they quicker?
They do feel a little bit quicker, yeah. I would not be surprised if, like,
Oh,
round 30 or 32 or something was like a... Oh, max ammo! Holy crap, I didn't even notice. Throw a monkey bomb if you have it, reload.
I'm good. Good.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, you've got to be shitting me. That was so dumb of me. Because I was going after this. Wait for it. Unless you beat me here. I was going after that.
There's a max ammo on the other side of the rock.
Nice.
So, I don't know. Get it if you want it.
Throw a monkey bomb.
Oh, well, I guess I'm coming back. I'm going out the window, loser. I want to know who these unnamed hazmat wearing dweebs are.
No! I'm doing the same thing, trying to buy Jug every time. Oh man, I need to stop doing that.
Oh shit, your whole horde just came through the truck. Jesus.
Oh gosh.
You
Oh,
there?
shoot.
In there?
No. Well, I could be, but no, I'm not. I'm right outside. I'm not gonna buy Jug immediately. I apologize for missing this YouTube comment. If you're still around, I hope you are, but we're playing on PC. And what's up, dude? Louis Correa? I don't, hopefully I'm saying that right. But yeah, Louis, we're playing on PC, brother. Oh!
Oh no!
I've been killing them as they've been funneling through. This is where the downfall starts.
I believe, dude. I believe in us.
I've stopped paying attention as much, I think, is really the long and short of it.
It's all good. I'll just make a crawler.
I've got a couple crawlers over here. Oh, you're not a crawler. Huh.
So then make it, Billy. Make it a crawler.
I thought I didn't realize I had runners behind me. Dude, what happened? No.
I'm gonna try, dude. I'm gonna try.
It's okay, I can cover you with ray gun.
I don't know that I trust that. Oh, nope, I'm dead.
Oh, alright. That's okay. I went from 3 downs to 8 downs like that, brother. What happened to me?
The shitty part is I had another monkey. I just didn't throw it yet.
Yeah. It's all good. We played it. That was fun. We did it.
We did the thing, dude.
We did the thing.
I'm down to jump into transit. I was just gonna take a quick break.
Yeah, no, I'm totally down. That sounds good to me.
Hell yeah. Here, I'll set it up really quick.
Sick. Sick nasty.
That's mob.
I wish I had timestamps on YouTube comments. It should be the tire icon.
Oh, that's a tire. Okay. Ooh, where do you want to start?
We get to choose?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Diner Town Farm. What is that?
We really get to choose for transit?
Yeah.
I thought we always spawned at the gas station.
I'm picking right now.
At the bus stop. Is that not just for a survival map? I don't know how this works. My understanding of how transit worked is I thought we always started at the bus stop.
Mm-mm.
Well, all right.
Nope. I'm having trouble deciphering which one is bus stop and which one is diner. The bottom left is diner, maybe? That one's definitely town, for sure. That one's farm, for sure.
I
but
think...
Where do you want to start, though?
I think the top left one is the bus stop.
Right.
I'm looking at your stream right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I don't care. You can pick wherever you want.
Well, then let's go ahead and go to the You know what? Just for sake of how they threw us in on Black Ops 7 with Van Dorn Farm, let's start at farm.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, whoa, grief.
Yeah, no, see, this is just survival map.
Yeah, once you look at it. Oh, I see. I understand now.
Yeah,
you select
so you
it and then it'll
each
show.
Individual area. Yeah, you can choose each individual area to play that secluded area of the map as a survival map. That's not the full transit. Oh,
Okay.
see, okay, interesting. I see it now. I see the transit option.
Yeah,
Wow,
so I
that's
have
a
to
really
pick
weird
that.
menu.
Yeah.
See, that's what I thought. That's what I was gonna say. I always knew transit. You started at the bus stop.
That's all it was. Okay.
Wow, that's a really
Neato.
weird menu. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's not until I wish it was like there before you even picked it, instead of like having
Yeah,
to select it
yeah.
and then select the second option or whatever.
Yep, I agree. But cool, it's set up. We can break.
Oh, hang on. Not yet.
Oh, whoa,
You've
oh.
come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've
Hey,
come.
you.
I have
Oh,
come.
Lexi Trexi rated my stream with 13 viewers.
You've come. What's up, guys? What's going on? You rated like at the perfect time. We were about to take a quick break.
such a perfect time.
Yeah, we died of not a valiant death. It was not dignifying at all.
I really let it down right there at the end.
Nah, it's okay.
I am here.
Sktuppies is
But,
now following.
Hello, Lexi's raid.
Sergeant
Hello,
Uppies, thank you so much for
everybody.
the follow. I'm streaming with my friend Billy right now. We're playing
Let's
some Call of Duty
go.
Zombies. Here, I'll shout him out.
Oh, you don't gotta do that. You don't
I do
gotta
have
do
to do it.
that.
Go follow him.
Oh, well.
Go do it right now.
Oh.
While I hold
Oh,
in the
thank you.
sneeze.
That was very interesting sneeze. Hold. Yeah. Sure.
Welcome in, everybody. How was Pokemon Legends ZA? How far did you get? Did you get to the next rank at least? Which is C?
Ooh.
You're on D?
Ooh.
Oh my god. Painful sneezing, yeah. Do you guys play using the plutonium stuff? No, I don't think so. What is that?
It's an add-on, an extension that technically makes the lobbies safer because I think there's something about like the BO1 and BO2, even BO3 open lobbies that like hackers can get in or something, I think.
Oh
But
shit.
I mean, I don't think they care enough about two random streamers, but who knows? I mean, it might be safer to run plutonium, but
No, we do not use plutonium.
Yeah.
We're just a couple of dweebs running it straight off of Steam.
yep.
We ripped the condom off, baby. Bad analogy. I apologize. Tell me how the stream was. Tell me all about it. I want to know. I want to know. And then feel free to lurk during the BRB because we're gonna jump into transit because we were playing Nuketown.
Yeah.
Because this is the next game. We're for those of you who don't know, we're doing a Zombies Marathon. We're starting from World at War, going all the way to BO7, even though we've already done BO7.
Yeah.
Raven Tendies is now following.
Hey, Raven Tendies, thanks for the follow. That joke alone is getting you a follow. Thanks. But yeah, so we beat World at War, Black Ops 1. We played Moon. That was fun. Now we're in Black Ops 2. Okay. No, not yet. Defeated 2 Mega Pokemon and did the 3 tasks for Rust and one more main story thing right now after Quasartico, President, and Urban. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of side quests for sure. Can get kind of tedious, but it's all the side quests are what leveled up the Pokemon super fast. But yeah, Love, thank you again so much. I appreciate you. I wanted to make sure that I said hi. I'll leave you with the raid video for those of you that want to see it, and then I'm gonna take a break, so it's gonna go from raid video straight into BRB, and then we'll be back after the break.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
what happened?
Did he die?
No.
Did he die right when he was about to? Excuse me.
No.
Oh, you're
Am I
back.
dead? Am I back? Is it still just a hiccup?
Oh, I think you're back. You were died. You were died for a second.
OBS is still figuring it out.
I hear you.
Are we good? Am I okay?
I hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can. I think you're okay.
Refresh.
Whew.
Refresh.
That was scurry. Right when you're about to go away.
It's done that. That's what, the third time? Second time?
I think third time, yeah.
Fucking A, dude. Fucking A.
Freaking A.
Okay, enjoy the lurk. Ooh, hang on. My browser's not loading.
Whoa.
I want to make sure that shit works.
Whoa.
Okay, enjoy the raid video. I'll enjoy the BRB. I'll be back here in a little bit.
Heck yeah. We'll be back. I'm a BRB for.
Ah, she's sexy.
I tickled his booty hole with my bullets, and he liked it.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, I can't read.
I swear to fucking God. Is that a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in your pants. Ooh.
Time for pain.
Yo, wait.
Yeah! Fuck! Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got for you. Yeah, here's a close-up of me.
Hang on, will this work?
Hey Grim, God here. Two things. First and foremost, you are a G. Secondly, Kirby is just an entity. Much love. Jesus out.
Perfect. Subby wubby. Ooh. Ooh, ooh.
Yeah, we'll see you guys. Bye.
I just had to try. I just had to try.
Also,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can feel it. I can feel it now. I'm focused. I'm jacked in. Oh, I thought you were done. No, you want it. I know you do. I know you want it. I know you want me wanting you wanting it. Come on.
it has been officially boosted. Oh, never mind. Fall back. We're timed. I must. Oh, bro, James, aim higher. Bro, James. No, we lost all our body armor. Fuck. We got way too confident. Bro, stop. No, not like this. I've made it too far. Bro, not like this. No!
Yeah. I've only heard this song on TikTok, but it pleases my ears so. Yeah, this is the first song that I played was I'm Fine by Witches. I found him on Instagram. And then I just set it to radio on YouTube Music, so whatever is playing is AI generated, as they say. We dropped her in the lava and she turns into this? fuck. Oh shit. The timing of that alert.
Look. I'll show it again just because I love it so much. Anna did this, you guys. I love it so much. Oh, nice. I'm happy. Oh, yes, me too. I'm very happy too. Okay. Alright.
Please, not like this. No.
Damn, I died.
Oh no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Graham. What did you do?
Behind you, don't get it. Get away.
Oh, I see him.
Bro.
Most immediately assumed he did something.
I was just trying to emote.
That was my job, is to bring your ass
Oh,
back.
I understand why they hurt me, because it was electrified. Fuck, I'm an idiot.
Barrel's hurt, dude.
I did it again!
Cram!
Look, I just
No,
want
come
loot,
here.
man.
Get your ass back here and res me, you bastard!
Oh, I don't have any Emperor relics. Lame. But I definitely have everything else. Damn. The Real Madness 2000? Is that your name? Hey everyone, Twitch recommended you, so I thought I would check you out. Welcome on in. It's such a pleasure to have you. Thanks, Twitch.
Cram, drive away!
I'm gonna try and get your cards first.
I'll do it again. 3, 2, 1. Ah, perfect. Got this. But you get yeeted, man. That's it.
Yo! What? What?
Oh, right, because of this blade. Fuck. Oh no!
And organisms to be had. And by organisms, I mean orgasms.
Does it fit?
Oh, you already have one? This would probably be too much.
We
This
can
would
play
probably be
tummy
dated.
swords.
Tummy swords. Oh my god, we were perfectly in sync on
was
that.
pretty
That's
sweet.
A fucking, that's
Breathe.
Thank God.
Don't.
Yeah. Blasphemy? What? I can hot dog myself whenever I want. Thank you very much. I'll have you know.
Ow.
I can breach the water. I forgot about that. Hang on. It's so cool. God damn it. Look, ma, no hands. Oh shit. Fuck. Let's go.
Evolve from a green hide.
Shit, I didn't read how to use it.
Well,
Let's try it.
On the air.
Oh, that's not it. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh fuck, that was it. Oh shit.
Paragliding drains your stamina
Oof.
when it reaches 0.
I whatchamacallit finished rejuvenating. Do these hurt? Oh no, they don't. Wait, do they come back? No. Watch these be like a bunch of eggs, and if I destroy all of them, this huge ass thing comes and slaps my ass. Why do you have hot dogs growing out of your side? Are those hot dogs?
I call the loot.
GG's.
Game?
Yo, what happened?
Grapple ain't go grapple.
I'm back.
Oh,
Sorry.
hello. The man's back. Oh no, you're good. You are
was-
good, brother.
Was eating dinner. I was eating a
Heck yeah,
cupcake after the dinner.
How was dinner, brother?
A bean and cheese burrito, dude. How do you think it was? It was
Oh.
delectable.
Oh.
Um.
It's like that puffer fish. The, oh.
Yeah. And then I was talking to my
Hell yeah,
dad about that director and his wife who got murdered by their son.
Huh?
Yeah. The director who did Green Mile, A Few Good Men. He was in some episodes of 2.5 Men. God, what was his name? I feel so bad. But yeah, him and his wife, well-renowned director, did some baller shit. Yeah, he was killed. He was murdered. Him
Frank
and his wife.
Darabont?
Is that what it is?
You said the Green Mile, right?
I think so.
Because that's a Green Mile is a crazy movie. Amazing.
He was he either directed it or he was in it or something like that.
Because yeah,
Let me
Frank
see.
Darabont is the director.
Who was? Maybe he was an actor. Rob Reiner.
Ah.
Let's see. Who is Rob Reiner? I want to make sure that I got his job title correct.
Rob Reiner. He is a director.
Okay.
He has directed other stuff, though.
Yeah. I'm
Oh,
seeing.
he was the director of
that.
The Wolf of Wall Street. Wow. A Few Good Men is on there.
Yeah. But yeah, super sad.
That's crazy. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Catastrophic, dude. It makes no sense. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these kids today, dude?
Yeah. Terrible.
Dude, I don't know. For me, I don't know why Chrome isn't loading Twitch.
Huh.
I've got it up
strange.
on my phone. Like every other website is loading except for Twitch.
Really?
It's dumb, yeah.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Because for a moment I was like, is Twitch down? No, it can't be. I'm literally streaming to it right now. But I'll just let that try and load. Are you ready?
Cool. I am so ready. I even have the Easter egg up on the side.
Oh my god, thank you so much for reminding me. Oh my god. Let me pull that up. Are you using the link that you put in the Discord?
I am, yeah.
That might be the way to go. ZOMS guides. Transit.
Transit to you, sir. Herm.
Tower of Babel. That's what this one's called,
Tower of Babel, indeed. Yes, sir.
Okay. I got her up.
Sir. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, not what I wanted to do.
Okay. I am now ready if you are.
Heck yeah, brother.
Yeah? Alright. Starting in 3.
Yep.
2,
Go ahead, no.
1.
Oh!
I hope we load in. I hope it doesn't kick us out.
Oh, God, yeah. Ooh. The music.
Oh, then it gets like all scratchy.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
It's so good, dude.
It is.
Fucking classic, man. Beep, beep. We're gonna miss it.
Brother.
Wait. Oh, wait. They're just in here with us?
Yeah. That's how it starts. Yes, sir. Oh, and I am having connection issues. Something.
Yeah, ping
Yeah.
is fluctuating. Is it still really bad?
Not really bad. No, it seems to be doing better.
Okay. I saw you skipping.
Might be okay. Yeah.
If it gets real bad, we can try switching. Like, who's host?
Okay, no, these knives aren't lagging or anything, so should be all right.
Okay. Yeah,
I'd say as long as like my shots and knives aren't lagging, we should be fine.
Okay.
So there are parts in here. Look, this fan part. Fan part.
Oh, okay.
Add it. And dude, so here's the thing. Back in BO2, you can only add one part to a table at a time. You can't pick up multiple parts. The other one's this mannequin body.
Oh, but you can hold on to multiple parts. Or did you already put it?
No, I already put it on.
Oh, I see. I see.
So I think those are the only two parts for this, for the generator thing, because that is a mobile generator basically.
I see.
No additional parts required. There's still one more.
Oh shit! What's up, Gage?
Yo, what up, Gage? Hi. Oh, I found the part.
Oh yeah. Oh, I need a gun.
Is it this? I think it's this down here. Woo! Yes, sir. Transit, brother. Yep. All right. I got the last part. But see, here's the thing. We can both pick this up. This creates one for both of us.
Oh. That's handy.
Yeah, turbine. It's called a turbine. Come pick it up. Because this will be... Also, we should probably try and keep a zombie. I don't know. We might want to slow down and gather ourselves. If we're trying to do the Easter egg right now. If we're not trying to do the Easter egg right now, let's just kill it.
Oh, hang on. Don't kill it. Hold on to it. I need to adjust my keybinds. I forgot that I needed to
do
that.
Yeah. Do that.
Controller settings. Edit layout. Yeah, button pad. Oh, directional pad. I think it needs to specifically be a directional pad. Okay, let's try that.
That is nice that the bus doesn't leave until you at least get on it for the first time, because he should be long gone by now. Yeah, actually, that's a really good call, making sure you can actually pull out your... Or, like, you can actually use your stuff, because you're going to need to pull out that turbine quite a bit.
For sure. Oh, oops, no. I
How's it going,
pressed the
boyos?
wrong thing.
You
Okay.
just missed us die on round 33 on NUKETOWN zombies.
Yeah.
But that was fun. That was the first half of our stream, was playing NUKETOWN zombies. It was a blast. And yeah, we made it to round 33, and I crumbled at that point and let it all down, and we ended up dying. Oh, dude, honestly, it was both easier and harder than you thought. Hated NUKETOWN zombies? Really? Wow.
Oh, man. Why did you hate it, though?
Yeah.
From how you remember it versus how I wonder it would be like if you were to play it now.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, let me see. Does this still work? Still does work. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, I think I got it. I think we're good.
Cool. So come over here, pull out your turbine, and place it right on this door.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, there was another part.
Oh, this ladder.
Ladder. Yeah, for the bus, I think. How do I place? Oh, there we go. Placed. Yay!
Nice.
So now, where do I install this? Oh, I'm getting connection interrupted. I'm adding the part.
My god, your ping is so high. Holy fuck.
Well, we have a ladder.
Your ping is going from 407 to 73. That's insane.
Heck yeah, brother. That's how I like to play.
No.
This is just how I like it. Oh! Oh, 636! Oh, yeah! I wish I could tell you why. I just think I had a harder time with it. Not sure, it's been so long. That's fair. I mean, it is a hard map if you're not, like, you know, I don't know, hardcore playing or something. Tight corridors, it's a difficult map.
You can't sprint while you're on top of the bus.
I was wondering why that was. I thought that was me having connection issues, I'm not gonna lie. But that makes sense.
Zombies tearing into the bus.
That's okay. I am just looking around some more.
Oh, that burns.
Oh, teddy bear. Yeah, yeah, lava burns.
Did you get it?
No, I didn't. Oh gosh, I stepped into the fog barely though, and a denizen spawned.
Oh,
I wish I was playing with y'all and missed the fuck out of Transit. Played Diner in VR once. Damn.
Damn, you
VR
hardcore.
Diner sounds crazy. Yeah.
I don't hear
I'm
the
in a
sound
little
coming
spot
from the
back
bear
here.
anymore, so I'm assuming that I got it.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard the activation sound. You got it. Oh, come over here. Come over here. Hug the wall. There's a nav card right here. This is part of the super Easter egg. Do you see the prompt? I don't see what. Oh, it's this right here on the ground. In the middle of all the papers. Yeah. Nav card. It's part of the super Easter egg.
Do you want to get it?
You collect it on every map, and then we can insert it somewhere. Yeah, let's do it. Grab. Ooh, I picked it up. I actually have it.
Oh, I see it on mine too.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's shared. That's good. Oh, bus might actually be taking off. Bus is leaving.
No.
Oh, I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong side for the door.
I'm in it. I'm in the
No,
bus.
I'm not. I'm not.
Oh shit.
If I went to the right side of the dang door, I would have been in it. Do I try and run through the mist? Do we just make this? Yeah, I'm doing it.
Oh, fuck. Don't die.
Oh.
Damn, this bus
Well,
can
I
just
knifed
drive
one
through
denizen.
everything. It's driving through lava. I'm sure the tires are popped. There's no way they're still filled.
I can do this. I'll survive. I got an achievement for knifing a denizen off my head, by the way.
Nice.
Okay, so they take 4 regular knives. No. I'm on my way. I'm still coming. I'm still making it.
Dude, it's far. I'm at diner
I
now.
hear the honk. Wait, is that already him about to leave again?
No. We just got to the.
Oh, just
the
got there. Okay, I was gonna say, dude. So what really sucks is I'm pretty sure some of the Easter egg has to do with being in the fog at multiple points.
That makes sense because that's how Ashes is.
All right, come on. I should be there. I'm here. I see you. I see your name tag. I see the sun. I'm here. I made it.
Oh my god, I'm down.
Just in time, I guess. No way.
Lame.
I'm gonna clutch this. I'm clutching.
Oh my God,
I'm
you're
clutching.
reviving. Holy shit. You're clutching so hard?
Dude. That was dumb. Yep, now I'm dead. I don't know what I tried going for there.
Ooh,
I tried clutching and then immediately. Oh, yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
Insta. It's okay. I threw as soon as I clutched. I'm allowed that throw because I clutched. It's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
And now the bus is gone, so we're here.
Yeah, it's fine. It'll come back. Whoa!
Oh gosh!
The zombie just blew up.
Oh,
by
they're on
this,
fire.
the
They
box
do
is in
that. Ooh, I wonder, does turbine work? No, it doesn't. Okay. I don't know what the turbine does and doesn't work for. I got a shotgun. Ew. I know the turbine works on this door over here. Oh, it tells you if it's gonna work. It says you need a source of power.
Oh, I see.
That's how you know. Oh yeah, nuke. I'm not gonna grab that. Did we both get shotguns? Oh, double points. What did you get out of the box?
S12.
Okay.
Fission, fusion, you're dead either way.
Oh my god, no.
Are there any more parts?
Oh, I'm sure there are plenty, because there's a shield on this map.
Ooh.
I want to say there's a part in this garage. It's this door, yeah, it's the car door.
A gun for each hand and a bullet for every zombie.
We don't need that. I'm adding the part. Oh no, you have to face, dang it. Okay. We're 1 or 2 parts away from the shield. I want to say all the shield parts are here at Diner. I believe. Wow. Double points, nuke combos are going crazy. Ah. Loose change doesn't exist yet. Oh yeah, here's the other part. The dolly inside the diner.
Nice.
I'm sorry for just picking these up, by the way. If you want to see them, just let me know.
Good.
I'll leave them.
No, yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah, zombie shield. We can already grab it. It's only 2 parts.
Oh, but it trades out.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. That's kind of lame. Interesting. Okay. So, wait up.
And did yours fall, your generator thing, or did you leave it at the door?
I left it at the door.
And it's no longer there. I think you have to go all the way back to go pick it up.
I mean, I picked up whichever one was sitting there.
Which was mine, because I dropped it for the... So, unless you want to hold the shield and I can hold the generator so that we both...
Well, we'll be able to switch them out as needed.
Okay.
So... Okay, no, it did stay there. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't realize there was a time limit, I guess, on the turbine.
Marshal my ammunition more efficiently.
Bro, honestly, figuring out this whole map is gonna be difficult.
For sure. I already need a max ammo.
Wait, we don't even have, like, actual power on yet, do we? No, we don't.
Kinetic energy delivery.
Oh, wait. Does the ladder, if you install it on the truck, or on the bus, does it not... Do you not get the top of diner, then? Is that the same ladder? I don't know if that's, like, the same ladder.
Oh, like, if you can take it off the bus, you mean?
Well, you either, like, I don't know if it's either you install it on one or the other. But I guess, yeah, if you could take it off the bus, that would be cool. Ooh, a double points. Did we already get the 400? No, there it was. We got 800 for it. Heck yeah.
Nice.
Grabbed it just in time. Okay, we should probably slow down a little bit.
Yeah, should we run through the fog, you think?
Or do we actually maybe just grind rounds until the bus comes back around?
Because the bus is round-based, right?
No, I think it's time-based. Yeah, it's back already.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, bus is fully time-based.
Quite the conundrum. No zombies on the bus, but inside the bus, the claustrophobia will kick in. Oh, what to do, Marlton? What to do?
Be careful. He's last. Oh, you got the ray gun?
Yeah.
What the heck, man? Okay, well, if the bus isn't... Oh, bus is moving now. I was literally about to say, if the bus isn't moving, I'm not going to stay here.
Yeah.
My boomstick's running dry.
Advanced technology yields advanced results.
Okay, so... Step 1. Getting to the power station. Oh,
is that the next step?
It's in the fog. No, step one is a power station. Apparently it's in the fog. Huh.
Oh.
I think between literally the first area and diner.
So you ran past it.
I guess so. That sucks.
Remove yourself from this transportation. I will probably make it through this, and if not, I will die.
Farm is opened.
Nice.
Double tap is up here. Very nice double points. Oof.
You'll need a source of power.
And neither of us have the turbine anymore, huh? Oof. 750 for this door. Oh, he's already about to leave. Do we go?
We can stay and look at shit.
Oh yeah.
Oop, I opened up the house.
Nice. Oh, that's right, the fridge. You can store your weapon.
Oh, that's neat.
And it actually persists into next game. Next teddy bear is right here as well. Oh, wow. I got double swiped.
Fuck. I'm coming up. Oh fuck. Oh no. Oh no. Ah, the fall killed me.
Fall
Shit.
damage. No. That's okay.
I had the ray gun. No.
Oh no. Okay. So.
Parallel must be accessed by getting off the bus at the power station near a lamppost and teleporting, or by simply running through the fog. Once at the power station, the parallel is accessed by opening the door to the outhouse where a secret entrance can be found.
Okay, maybe I misread that. Maybe it's not in the fog, but it's just saying you can run through the fog.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't say where the power station is at.
Yeah.
So I'm pulling up a transit map. The power station is stop 4.
Upon getting off the bus, the player will see an outhouse. The door to the outhouse costs 750 points and leads to the nuclear reactor on the side of the outhouse. There is an AK-74U that costs 1200 points to obtain.
That's just giving information about what's there.
Yeah.
Oh, so you open the pack-a-punch machine with the turbine.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew the pack-a-punch was in town for sure.
Right. But there's a locked door behind the player that can power the turbine to open the door for pack-a-punch machine. So that's where you get one of the parts to it, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just building everything here.
Yep. This map is just one part at a time. Build, build, build.
Power switch must be built in a nuclear reactor. The parts can be found scattered about the reactor. When the power is turned on for the first time, streaks of lightning will come out around the middle structure. These will kill any zombie in the round room, not the small cutout where the switch is, and not along the entrance hallway. Center glass cylinder will rise out of the middle structure where the Avogadro can be seen manifesting. Oh boy.
Oh boy. So yeah, the power station, I believe, is stop number 4. So we've got quite a ways to go. Or maybe stop number 3 if the prototype isn't number 3.
Oh yeah, did we decide Maxis for Richthofen path?
We did not quite decide that yet.
Should we?
The Richthofen path needs at least 2 people. The Maxis path can be done solo, so we can do either one. Is all I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Because I thought before reading them that one of the paths required 4 people. But sure, yeah, coin flip.
Heads Richthofen, tails Maxis.
Sure.
Best 2 out of 3.
All right.
Stakes are set. I got my coin. Got my coin right here, chat. First flip. Tails.
All right, that's one for Maxis.
All right, here's another. Tails
Already tails.
again.
All right, Maxis it is.
Sick. Okay.
And that requires us, I believe, to turn the power back off.
No way. Does it really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
After we
step
turn it
4.
on. Yeah. Maxis's side requires power off. Richthofen's requires power on.
Okay. At least 2 players must require the turbine, the pieces. Okay.
Yeah.
Turn on power touch. Best power to be done. Okay, I see. Cool. Well, let's just jump right back into it. Are you ready?
Sure. There is a note right there. Turning the power back on after having completed some of the steps does not reset the progress. So we can turn power on in order to like buy perks and stuff, but then we have to turn it back off in order to keep going.
Gotcha. Okay.
I think is what I'm understanding. But yeah, I'm down. Let's do it. So basically, first step for Maxis after we turn on the power, because we'll already have the turbines, is we just need to get EMP grenades from the mystery box.
Okay.
That's literally the first thing we need to do for Maxis. Is
I'm
EMP
also very
grenades.
okay with just like leaving those shields.
Oh yeah.
And not worrying about those.
We can build it just so it's there, but yeah, we don't need to grab it.
I like that idea.
All right, I am building turbine.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't even realize. We need someone to be Stuhlinger to even hear Richtofen inside anyways. So if one of us weren't the right character, we wouldn't even be able to do it.
So we'd have to just keep restarting the game.
Yep.
That's funny. Because I stayed the same character, didn't I?
I think so. Yeah, you did. Yeah. All right. Well, I've got my turbine. So.
Blow, man, blow! Bullet conservation, Marlton. Bullet conservation.
Oh, this is a part.
So
is this what you grabbed?
Oh yay! No, this is a different one. It's a different part that can spawn, I guess, because that's for the front of the bus. Install that bad boy.
Sick. So, do you think you'll hold on to the ladder then?
Yeah, and that probably gets us on top of the diner then.
Okay.
Unless maybe there's like two diners or two diners,
You didn't already grab
two
the ladder,
ladders.
did you?
No.
Okay.
That was in the same place as the ladder was last time.
So oh my god, they're RNG on top of that?
Yeah.
Jeez.
All right, I'm buying this B23R. Yeah.
Go ahead, come at me. See if you end up regretting that decision.
This is the classic right here. Oh, I dropped a nuke!
Go get it.
Bye-bye,
Jump out, go get
nuke. Fuck that. I already survived in the fog once. I ain't doing that again. Oh. You pushed me right up to a barrier. Didn't even know it needed a building.
I didn't do nothing.
If you say so.
It's weird not being able to sprint in here.
Right? It really is. I wonder why they did that. Like, if that caused issues, like, with how literally sprinting worked or something.
Yeah, like while we're on a moving vehicle.
Right. Alright, I will just immediately go get parts for the shield. Oh, well, first we gotta open the door. We are much less set up at this point. We can't even open doors yet. Oh, nice. Alright, I can open this door.
Means of destruction.
And get in first part. We need diner open to get the next part.
That spells the end of you.
I'm almost there. Literally just need 10 more points.
Okay, wow, I'm just missing shots. Insta-kill.
Oh, I think you should have waited.
Uh-oh.
I don't know how many zombies we have left.
Oh, I got one over here.
So diner's open.
Cool. I I guess the part is not in here this time. Fun. But we'll probably need this at some point, right? Ha 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 ha. Totally didn't just ask it. Oh, the part is in here. It's over here. Multiple spawn locations for it.
Oh, what is it?
It's like a dolly or something, I think.
Hmm.
Oh, hello. Oh, there's another one out here.
Oh, shit. Oh. No, I tried to kill it. Fuck. That's embarrassing.
Wow. That was...
Oh, jeez. Not the
All right, well,
collision.
quick re. We go again. Maybe we go a round or two at spawn before moving on, just so we have points.
Dude.
All right, throw us right back in. It's only 11 o'clock. We got time. Because by all means, I don't think this Easter egg should actually take that long. It's not very many steps, but we just need to be set up for like when we're fighting the Avogadro.
Oh, yeah, there's only
Avogadro.
7. Wow, yeah, you're right.
So, like, realistically, as long as we get the points we need...
Hang on.
I mean, yeah, the later steps are convoluted as fuck, but...
Unhandled exception caught. My Steam Deck is angry at me.
Oh, no.
Hang on. Oh,
yep.
I can use my controller.
Oh my goodness, I see the error on your stream. What the heck is that?
Well, because it's displaying like a handheld version of these error message.
Yeah, it's just funny to see. Well, that's not good. Sorry, chat. Technical difficulties. Please give us one moment.
The problem might have been it overheating.
Fair.
We'll see. I might have to jump out of the game though because of it pulling up that error.
Sure. Yeah, probably. But let's see. I can join your session.
I was stuck in the loading screen. It wasn't doing anything.
Nah, you're right. I see. That makes sense. And now I'm stuck joining your session in progress.
No.
There we go. Kicked me out finally.
Sick. Yeah, maybe I just need to put a little mini fan right next to it.
Yeah, maybe.
I joined on you.
Oh, okay. How fun. So, custom game. Bless him.
Oh, thank you.
Bless him. Now, don't go dying on me.
Try not to, Dad.
Okay, good.
Yeah, well, I'm curious about the difference in ping. That's why I figured I'd join on you.
Sure. Okay. Well, here we go.
Send it.
So I wonder if player 1 is always Marlton? Or that's his name, right?
I have no idea what their names are.
We gonna find out.
Oh, it says I connected. Are you here?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh.
I should investigate the inner workings.
We're the same characters.
You're... Wait. You're literally Marlton again.
Yeah, and you're... What's his face? What's his bucket?
Russman.
Yes.
I think. Building parts. Alright, so characters are absolutely random then. So we once again would not even be able to do Richthofens if we wanted to.
Well, I haven't changed. Every time.
Right, that is pretty funny.
You've been the only one who has changed. It's lame as shit.
I want to say I was only Misty the first time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and I still have the nav card on my screen.
Yeah. I definitely saw that.
Alright, turbines builded. So that was the thing. I might have overlooked it. It's very possible I just overlooked it, but I didn't think I saw it last game.
Oh. What is this?
That's the top hatch.
Oh.
So we can get in from, or get up top from the inside. I love how it's been different for us every game.
Oh, do you have to build it on top? Oh, do we need the ladder in order to get up top?
No,
And then...
just jump. Just jump real quick over here, I think.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Nice.
How do you use it? Oh. You have to press jump twice.
Oh, you actually... You have to interact with it when you get up there, I think.
I just pressed jump twice. That's
Okay, yeah. That works. Oh, I see. The prompt does say press space to climb up. Okay. Well, buying the B-23.
How much is it? 1,000?
1,000.
I'm poor.
So I do think, okay, you see this little area off to our right here? I want to say there is something in this little cutoff. You see that like blue light? Oh no, well, there's a gun right there.
There's a part right there next to that window.
Oh, that's for the Thrustodyne. That's for the wonder weapon. Remember that.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, obviously we can't do anything with it now if we're going to be doing other stuff, but that is for the Thrustodyne. Le Wonder Weapon. Le Wondrous Weapon. I'm on top of the bus.
Hell yeah. Are you killing it?
I'm killing it. Oh, you know what'd be crazy is if you could still get denizens on you being on top of the bus because you're still in the fog.
Oh, we can get that.
Yep, we sure can.
You got it, nice. Good job. Open whatever you feel like, but if you want to, you can open up diner.
I'm gonna open up for the mystery box. For the first part area. Oh,
Dude,
the car door is not
sucks.
on that door. But the car door is not on door. Hello?
Interesting.
Oh, it's right here this time. It's on this desk. Also, we got that double points to literally not use it at all.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny.
I didn't know where the last zombie was.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Jesus, I can't shoot.
I was just training him around. Yeah, I saw him there. I wasn't even... Alright, killed that guy too. Well, we can open diner if you want. It is in that spawn again. Yay! Cool. Now go build that shield, brother.
With no zombies here to stop us this time?
Yep. Oh, where are you going? Why are you going that way?
Oh, I thought it was in here. Is it not?
Yeah,
Oh,
it
it's
is.
at the back.
No, well, no, yeah.
Now we see if my engineering prowess is prodigious or merely adequate.
Can I not just pick this back up?
You should be able to, yeah. Maybe back up a little bit.
You touching me? No, you ain't touching me.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say, you definitely can.
It's leaving us, Billy.
Bus is moving. Are we getting on or no?
Yeah. I'm on. Holy shit.
Nice. You barely got on in time. Okay, so I know there's a door here that uses the turbine. Okay, so all we can do is keep riding the bus until we get to power.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't even go prone on the bus. Oh! I just got bumped.
You got bumped? What do you mean?
I got bumped. I don't know. I was standing on top of the bus, and next thing I know, I was pushed.
Oh. Well, who told you
But
to
luckily,
do
it
that?
was right here, so I'm okay. Whew.
Oh, I can't open the door because I'm poor.
Here you go. I got it. I am slightly less poor. Ooh, okay. We can open this up.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Oh, here's the ladder.
Hmm.
So yeah, you can fully deck out the bus as long as you find all the parts.
Here. Definitely here.
Oh, this just opens over here. I see.
I'm gonna go install the ladder.
Oh, wait. It doesn't keep the doors open?
No, it doesn't.
That's so dumb.
A little bit, yeah. More than a little bit. Yeah, it's dumb.
But I guess we don't need to go back in there because you already got the part that's in there, so...
Unless there's another reason for it, but yeah, pretty
Oh,
much.
double tap is up here.
Yep. I called that out the first game. No, I'm kidding.
I found a part.
Ooh, okay, barrier.
Found-
Oh,
it's
you did?
like a-
What is it?
It's like a gun. Like a minigun.
Oh, wow.
Already got it. Here, I'll show
Oh.
you where I got it, though. I'll stay up there.
If we find... Okay. Okay, I'm going back up.
It was right here. On this
Ah,
spawn.
okay. Okay.
Oh, shit.
So, just
Oh.
like the
Bus is
turbine. Yep, I'm trying to run. I'm trying to make it. I'm not gonna make it, am I? Oh, yes, I am. I can make it. Oh, I made it. Were you trying to block me, you asshole?
No, I was just laughing at you.
Oh, okay. But
I don't think
so
I
the
can
same
block
way.
you, can I?
I think there's collision. Yeah,
There
absolutely.
is.
Yeah. That's how we got stuck on the stairs outside the diner too, because you were
True. I
stuck
thought it
on
was just
my
a
body.
zombie.
Yeah. But oh yeah. Look, to our right, knocked. That's knocked out there to our right.
Oh, can you go to it?
Yeah, you absolutely can.
That's insane. But then the denizens just keep slapping you, right?
I think at a certain point they stop when you get to knocked, but yes, on your way there they totally do. I think. I don't fully know how it works. I just know that's knocked.
Nice. We need to go.
So, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, oh, so this should be power actually. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like it, yeah.
How do we get anywhere?
Oh, that's not it.
I would have jumped off a bridge.
Oh, wait. Oh gosh, nope. Don't go that way. I thought I was gonna go down right there. I am red screen. Oh, we shouldn't. We were on top of the bus, so we hopped on this side. We needed to be inside the bus.
Is there a ladder?
Yeah.
Ladder?
I have ladder on outside. Yeah.
Thank God you installed that. Holy shit.
Dude, that was so funny. We were outside of the zone. Okay, so we need 750 because this is the shed right here.
Oh.
The secret shed that leads down into the secret power nuclear station.
I guess we're training in here.
Yep. It's only round 4. We should be fine, right? Right?
We died sooner.
Yeah, no. No. Not if we kill quick enough. I'm only 2 kills away.
Over here.
Okay, I'm buying it. Bought.
I'm coming. I'm following you.
Okay,
Whoa.
look, dude, look, there's literally the entire power box right here. Just pick up as a part.
Oh, it's so clean in here, though. Oh my God, it's
so
bright.
Bright, yeah.
What
And
the
okay, so
fuck? This
power
feels like
gets
a
built right
completely
here.
different map. Oh my God.
Right. Adding
put
part
the
there.
Oh, we just need to find the switch.
Yeah. Which is literally a severed hand holding the switch, I believe.
Nice.
Wow, that zombie tried double swiping me.
Oh, you were standing right
And it
next to
almost
the
worked.
switch.
Oh, was I?
Yeah, it was on the... Oh, can I not install it? The fuck?
You have to go up to the table.
Oh. Can we turn it on now?
Oh, we're missing one more still. There's a wire, I believe.
Oh, did you pick up the gun that was here?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool.
I saw it and I was like, oh, that must have been the part. This is last zombie, it looks like.
Okay. Should
Let's
we leave?
find that. No. We need to turn on power.
Okay.
Oh, there is one more zombie. 2 more zombies, even.
Is the switch part, like, all of it is here?
Yes, all of it's in here.
Wait, did I just see? Oh, this. Oh, is it the hand?
Oh, okay, so it was a switch and then the hand, not the severed hand holding the switch. Gotcha.
Neat.
If my calculations are correct, this should be the final piece of this puzzle.
And turn on power.
Yep. Nice. That zapped me. So
Oh,
I was
I'm sorry.
down there when you turned it on. No, it's
My
okay.
bad. Oh, we got zapped.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
doesn't
was
it
getting
just
zapped
kill
out there.
zombies that are around it?
Yeah, I think so.
Are there any other parts in here?
Let's see.
What type of creature could thrive in such an environment?
I think we found.
This seems an ideal.
Oh, this is how we get out.
Oh, right. Yeah. That makes sense. Nice.
Oh, here's another parts table.
Oh, this is for the wonder weapon.
Oh, I see.
And I have the incorrect part. So this machine gun part is not for that.
Oh, here's a part. Oh, mirror. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I got you. Don't worry. I saw you get trapped and I was like, nope. Not letting that happen. Oh, there's another part right here too. What in the world? I just grabbed an entire... What is this? Oh. Oh, that max ammo is beautiful right now. Okay, this zombie is not good. Because, pick up the machine gun back. Yeah, so, here, wait. Aw, you can't. So, I picked up what looks like an entire... I don't even know, but... I need to install it. The machine gun doesn't install in there. I need to install this part, yeah.
I'm curious what you got. Oh, fuck.
Oof. Well, that's not good.
Just kill it. That's fine.
Yeah. Frickalope.
Did you already install it?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's this-
What is that?
Yeah. It's like a Tesla coil thing.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
So we gotta make this jump. That's where we go.
Oh, wait.
Risky.
I dropped the machine gun part when I died.
Oh!
I got it.
Part. I picked up a battery over here. No! I'm dead.
What do I
Holy-
do about that?
Next round. I fucked up. So I think there's a battery right where I would have died. Or it resets it? I'm not sure. No, it reset. I see it. I saw it where it was.
See,
Yep.
pickle.
You just gotta go next round. That really sucks. I was stupid and didn't let my sprint refresh. Should have let my sprint refresh. So yeah, that is a full death drop. 100% death. Oh, you're so good. Ho.
I touch you, you touch the infinite.
Oh, what was that? Nice.
Oh, let's go. You're back, baby. You're back.
Well, not yet, but you're so good. All right, now I'm back. I'm outside. I need to...
Where's the battery? was gonna try and pick it up for you, but
I now have no weapon. It was on the barrels this way. Okay, let my sprint refresh before I try and make this jump.
oh, down
right
there.
here.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Okay. I only have this pistol. Alright, installing.
I have no more ammo.
Ooh, it is. It's just called electric trap.
We need a dip.
This is.
I don't have.
Yeah,
oh,
no.
shit.
This is very bad. Going back through power, I guess. I made it.
I'm stuck up
Power's
here.
not electrified.
Nope. Fuck.
Fuck. I'll see what I can do.
Just stay alive, honestly. Just get a weapon.
Oh no! I can't. Yep.
Wait, because you don't have a power thing?
That actually, I think that one did stay open, but also I just didn't have a weapon. I had no defense, and I was stuck down there. I didn't realize the drop from the shed. You can't get back out through the shed. Please stay on for at least 30 more minutes. I'm late as fuck. Hey Kelly, how are you? We will definitely be on for at least 30 more minutes.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I want to get farther in this. We might not complete this time, which is okay, but I do want to feel out the steps more.
Yep, fully agree. We might not complete it, but we got to feel it out a little bit. Oh, that's right. I'm leader. So, you ready?
Yeah, dude, send it. I'm ready.
All right. But hey Kelly, how are you? How are you doing
Hi, C
tonight?
Pickle. Hi, Kelly. Sorry, we were in it right there. We're just trying to survive.
Yeah. Hi, C Pickle. Server disconnected. What? No.
What?
Why did server disconnect? Is it doing the same thing again? You're loading in again, and I'm not. I'm back at the menu.
Yeah, I'll just I'll quit the game.
I'm high as fuck, the usual. Hell yeah, Kelly. Enjoy yourself.
But I'll just join on you again because I didn't have any issues with like connection or anything like that.
Sick.
My ping was not affecting me.
Sick. Same. Hell yeah, C Pickle. We love that. I said that, so we love that.
That was legitness.
That was legitness. Hell yeah, guys, that's sick. Fucking blaze it. Yeah.
I think I know what I want for lunch tomorrow.
What was that?
Chiba Hut.
Oh, get yourself a blunt or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that what they call their sandwich sizes?
Yeah, it's like a nug, pinner, and blunt. Those are the different sizes.
Yeah. Right. Alright, so maybe we go a couple rounds here and spawn until we can afford places. Also, if you crouch before you move, I don't think any of the zombies actually notice you.
Oh.
Yeah, you can get around this whole area without the zombies noticing you.
Sick. I love that.
Come on. I'm finally submitting my app for my passport tomorrow morning. Hell yeah, Kelly. That's awesome.
Fuck yeah.
Random as fuck, but I'm hella excited. Dude, yeah, that is exciting.
You should be.
Yeah.
You should be excited.
I still need to get my passport if I want to ever go anywhere out of the country.
I can help you out with it because I had to do it when we went to Ireland in September last year. And it's not as grueling as the process. It is tedious. There are parts that you just have to wait for, but it goes by pretty quick.
Really? Nice.
Yeah.
Sea Pickle, I wish that were the case. I've tried that every perk I've seen. There is no loose change that I've seen, at least in Black Ops 2. Wasn't that a thing? Was that not like absolutely a thing in Black Ops 2? Was loose change?
I think we just had to turn on power first. We can try it.
Oh, does power have to be on? I didn't even think about that. That might be.
Because like this has been the hardest so far for any map to turn on power. So
power has to be on. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, yeah. Thank you for the tipsy pickle. I wasn't aware power needed to be on first, so that's my fault. I was proning in front of every single one, like, where are the points?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't. I wasn't asking because I figured that's how it's been for all the other maps.
Well, oh, maybe, I mean, sure, maybe the maps we've played so far, but I was gonna say, nothing in like Black Ops 3 or anything. I don't think power needs to be on first. From my memory, but I could be wrong. But, oh, what part do we get in here? Oh, you got the front? Nice.
Oh, I installed it and it shot me off.
Hell yeah, C-Pickle, we'll definitely let you know. But, I think we're trying to see what we can manage kind of on our own.
Yeah, I was gonna say, oh, this is both of our first time playing Transit, so we'll definitely call out if we're stuck on something and you're noticing what we're stuck on. We'd absolutely love the help.
Yeah,
because we're also trying to do the Easter egg for Transit.
Oh, also you're Stuhlinger right now. We would be able to, if wanting, to do Richtofen, but okay, cool.
That's so rude.
I'm not gonna lie, thought we were on round 2. I went in for that second knife, thinking he was gonna die.
Oh, you gotta take up 7
know
minutes? Yeah, don't even worry about it, dude. Don't even worry about it.
Oh yeah, you're good. I bought the B23R. Fuck it.
Nice.
I heard they put something in the water to make you forget to count your bullets. It's the game.
Damn. It's too bad we don't have the hatch. Or the ladder.
Yeah.
Do any parts show up where we found that nav card? You think?
No, I don't think so. I think that's strictly the nav cards. Excuse me, nav card spot. But I can check. I'm gonna go check right now. Why not? Scanning the walls. I see the nav card is still gone.
You don't bite me.
No, there's nothing out here. Nice.
Should we get on?
Yeah, probably. We can just farm some points at Diner.
I'll farm your points.
Open the door! That was scary. Almost couldn't get on.
Oh, I thought you were already on. I closed it.
That's a double points back there. So sad.
Cry about it.
Oh yeah, no, I was not at all on. I was running for
what the fuck?
What?
God
What's happened?
damn it. What the fuck, dude?
Oh shit.
Hey dude, can you hear this?
Huh?
It's the fan on my Steam Deck.
Oh no, I can't hear it. This game is too loud right now.
Oh, are you still in it?
Yeah. It all it did was like essentially disconnected. You said you went down and then you're gone. Except it actually still says you're in my game. And there it is. The Crimson timed out. But, oh, I can pause now. I can full pause. I was gonna say, because you were still technically in it, I couldn't actually pause the game.
I wonder why he keeps doing that.
Has it ever overheated like this before?
Mm-mm.
Huh.
No. Thanks, C-Pickle.
You got...
I'm just
oh no,
holding it
wait,
for
are
my
you
fan.
talking... Let's say, are you talking to me about solo running this? I don't know about that. Brother.
I mean, good luck. I think you still need me in order to run it.
Actually, yeah. I'm not Stuhlinger, so I couldn't even do the Richtofen side solo if I wanted to. I literally can't got this.
It's not even that hot. What the fuck are you doing?
Oh my god, I don't know how I got out of that. Well, I was hoping to kill the round off quick enough for that nuke, but nope. Not happening. Yeah, it's easy. Oh, you want to do that? You want to do that? Dude, brother. I don't even know what I'm doing right now, man. There ain't no way I'm doing this solo.
I'm booting her back up.
Well. Oh my gosh. No. Hammer. Oh, well, that's weird. Let me know when you're back up, and I'll quit game. I'll come get you.
Okay. You've got it, Billy Bob Thornton.
Billy Bob Thornton.
Oh damn! I loaded up the fucking campaign, not the zombies. Son
Oh
of a
gosh.
bitch.
Ew. Did you get the part from the shed? Oh, is there a part? Oh, wait. No, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. We've been forgetting this part. We've absolutely been forgetting whatever part's in here, haven't we? Is this the shed you're talking about, Sea Pickle? Because if it is... I don't even see a part in here, actually. Nope, didn't spawn there. Okay, gotcha. It's just a chance to spawn. Okay, cool. That's good to know. Because I know
Can
about...
I just join on you while you're in that?
Oh, that would be really cool because I got monkey bombs. So that would be very nice.
I'm trying, dude. I'm trying.
Yeah, you connected.
No
Once your
fucking
game
way.
loads up, I'll end round. But where is this?
Yeah. I'm spectating you. Let's go.
Heck yeah, dude. Dude, okay, actually, yeah, this is a great run because I got some decent weapons or decent weapon. I got a hammer. Oh, wait, no, right here. Unless, okay, no, he's far enough away. I was about to say, unless I'm gonna get killed while I'm building that, it'll be at the farm area. Yeah, gotcha. Cool. Thank you, Sea Pickle. Appreciate that. I know we did find another one at the farm area last game, actually. So, was it last game or was it the game before that? I don't even remember. We've gone through like 3 or 4 games.
I think this is our 4th attempt. At this
yeah.
point.
All right. Well, get back in here, brother.
I don't have enough for the box. That sucks.
And I have no money left at this point, so we're just gonna grind rounds out here until the bus comes back.
I like that plan.
It is already round 6, so good luck. Find a wall weapon somewhere, I guess.
Yeah,
I'll try and hold off a little bit since you need more points than I do. Or you need points more than I do. Just let me know if you need me to throw like a monkey bomb or something.
I'll just stay near you.
Why did I fire off all my bullets?
Oh, that sounds smart. Dude, this is so rude.
Are you doing okay?
Nope.
Oh, all right. Cool.
As you asked that, I got slapped, thinking that I could weave through 2 of them.
Nice.
I just don't have any ammo. I'm trying to find a wall weapon that's 840.
Oh, there's not one in there.
The one inside the diner is 1,000.
Oh, jeez. And you have no ammo left?
No ammo, no
Not even
grenades, no
grenades?
nothing.
You're suffering with knives, I guess. Alright, I gotta head to work. I'll see you later. Have a good day at work, Sea Pickle, or night. I actually don't know. Yeah. Have
Bye,
a good
Sea
time at
Pickle.
work, brother. Yeah, bye. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Appreciate you.
Fuck, dude. My god, dude.
Oh my gosh, they crawl through this car. That's insane.
When I go down, I lose points. It's insane.
I think you get them back when I revive you, or at least you get some of them back when I revive you. Oh, nope, that's me.
Nope.
Or at least I will mimic that emotion to your face.
Yeah, it sucks trying to knife him.
Yeah. If I could somehow give you... Oh, maybe grab the shield. Grab the shield right now. That way you can at least protect yourself. And you can use it as a bash, I want to say. Like, you can melee with the shield for a stronger melee, I think.
Okay.
Or Bus is back. We can hop on Bus. Not that that really helps you, I guess. Oh, you can knife on the windows. Yes, Ted. You can go, Ted. You can go now, Ted. Oh, knife right here. Okay, no, there's plenty. Never mind. It's okay. We can come back from this.
I believe.
We're already back.
Holy
Alright, sorry.
moly, brother.
We're coming back from it. We've got to wrap around back to spawn anyways for you to get the turbine again. So yeah, we're just going around for like points and stuff, basically.
I was wondering why this wasn't rebuilding. It took forever. Oh shit.
Okay, so they can climb up top and just break that.
Rude.
Rat farm. Oh, it said to close. Okay. I'm buying here. Alright, I'm gonna turbine this door. We're gonna get whatever part. Yep, the hatch. I've got the hatch. I will install. Yeah. Go up and get whatever part is upstairs in the barn, maybe.
Okay.
If we hear the bus beeping though, honking, we're gonna run for it.
Okay.
Dude, what the heck? This hammer was so inaccurate. That was crazy.
I don't think it's
not in the same spot this time. I don't even know what this one specifically is for, is the thing. I mean, unless maybe it's a part for the wonder weapon. I guess that's a possibility.
Oh, whoa, what the fuck?
Thank you for reviving me. Now please step away.
Oh, watch your back.
Done to death by
Ooh, there's a drop up here. It's a double points. Come kill these last few over here at least. Get you some good points. I'll save them all for you. Oh, there's one running up behind you. Be careful. I got him. Nice. That's a good amount of points for just those like 5 kills.
I'll take it, man. That was
Hell yeah.
rough.
All right, next stop is power.
Is he hunking?
I don't know. No, he's not yet. But I don't know where this like machine gun part's at.
I guess it could be anywhere. I just happen to find it at the top.
Right, I've been looking down low too. Is the thing. Like I've been trying to check everywhere.
We also didn't open up the house.
Oh,
It
the
could
house. You're
possibly-
right. All right, he's honking. Let's go. We hear you, Ted. We're coming. You know, a max ammo would be real nice right about now. Or that nuke. That works too. Dude, that wraparound was perfect. Oh! Hey, I have the perfect amount of bullets, but it's the last bullets I have. I have 115 bullets.
Nice. Dude, rebuild
Hey,
barrier,
hey, come
please.
here. Come here, real quick.
Oh yeah, I did that.
His eyes turn red and everything.
What a dweeb.
What a dweeb. Alright, we're about to be hitting power, and we're on round 9, so... We're gonna
We gotta be in and out, dude.
We gotta be careful. I think, if anything, we get down to 1 zombie. Oh, shit, I haven't... Oh, I gotta buy ammo, that's right. Okay, ammo's only 500, that's doable. Zombies
Cheers,
climbing up
climbing.
top.
You got him?
Alright, yep. Alright, we're here. Yeah, I think we get down to 1 zombie, and then we go into power, because that area down there is terrible.
Sure is, dude.
Oh! Okay, that might already be last. Huh. I bought. Let's just go. Okay, power part is not there that time. It's right here.
Oh, it's right there. Oh, the hand is in the same spot, though.
Oh, nice.
And
See,
the
I
switch
must
should
have
be in there?
completely overlooked the hand. It's not.
Oh, yeah, it's right here.
Must have come. Ah, okay, cool, cool, cool. But you
This-
dropped the hand, see?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Go install the switch. Yeah, I got you. I must have completely overlooked the hand because it's literally just another zombie-looking hand. So I was like, oh, that's just a
Yeah.
severed hand. Here, can you
Dude,
hold zombie while I install that part?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm coming over. Come here, fuckhead. Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
Oh, okay, I was about to say, don't go down. All right, turn it on power, and then come in here. Come in here. Yeah, see, now you get it.
Oh, man.
It does close. Interesting.
Thank you.
Oh, God! No, don't break my turbine. Okay, cool. Alright, alright. There's a
got
part.
that part.
Yep. I'll
So-
hold zombie. Yep. Maybe. Oh my god.
Dude, I know.
Dude, 2 hit
Wish you
down
could
is
make him a crawler.
rough.
Oh,
Maybe
he's
we
hopping
can.
over.
Should I take the risk at crawlering him?
If you want to. But I got the part.
I can actually just train him over here.
Oh, you can go down right here? Oh.
Alright, we're gonna miss the bus, but that's okay. It's gonna have to be anyways. We don't really have a choice.
What are we building, do you know?
It's an electric trap. We finished it last time, and it's just called an electric trap.
Oh,
So
these
we're
parts
missing-
are all in the same spot. In here.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
Built.
Heck yeah. I'm not getting. I didn't get. Or did you already drop this perk? Did you get the loose change on this perk already?
It's. Oh, yeah, power's on. No, I didn't.
Because I didn't get anything off of that.
I guess it doesn't work.
Huh. But okay, so I'm gonna drop down right there and see what's over here. Oh, there's a door down there somewhere. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna drop down and see where this leads.
Do it.
So if you do fail the jump, I just failed it very badly, because if you fail the jump, you have a chance at dropping down right to this ledge.
Oh, check that out.
So I just failed it horribly, is all that means. That's so funny. Pretty sure there's a part down there. Okay, I'll go back down there and check it out. A part for what? Part for what? Is it one of the possible parts for the electric trap that we just built right there? Because if so,
How is that
we
just a
have all of
room?
them.
It just stopped right there?
So it drops you down to the staircase that you originally come up on right here.
Oh.
So it's just a loop.
I see.
Or maybe it's a possible spawn for a part. Yeah, I think it's just a possible spawn for a part. Oh, and Kelly, I didn't even see that. Why you not catching the bus? We probably should have caught the bus, but yeah. Oh, did you take the electric trap?
Yeah.
Because I just see your shield sitting here. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, our only option, I guess, is dropping back down here, and we either wait for bus or we make a run for it.
Yeah, I think we can just wait for the bus.
Okay. Then next step, I believe, is... Oh, wait, we have to turn power off, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Do we want to get some... Do we want to, like, get set up on the map first and then come back and do that?
Yes.
Okay. I agree.
Because once we get to town, there's got to be, like, an abundance of shit there. Like, Jug has to be there for sure, right?
Yeah. Or is Jug... No, because double taps at farm.
Yeah.
Quick revives at bus depot.
Speed pulls at diner.
Okay, so yeah, Jug has to be at town. Oh, okay.
That's how we know? That's how we know. We need to get points anyways. I don't have enough for Jugger, so...
True, yeah. You're right. Okay, so there is... Sorry, I was pulling up a map on the side to look at every now and then. There is a side area in the fog somewhere.
Yeah, it's called Knocked.
Oh, you know what? You might be right. I just thought about that as I was saying it too. I was like, I wonder if that's just knocked.
Oh, I blew up in front of my face. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Oh no.
Don't do it. Don't die. Please. I need you. Oh, that's so amazing.
I love how I just dove into that zombie just so I could get that.
Yeah. You risked everything for that.
That's how much max ammo means to me.
Okay, honestly, yeah, you're not wrong. Bro, okay, this hammer is pretty good. Just the recoil on it is terrible. Oh, it's double. I got...
Sir?
I got so hardcore double slap from behind. Did not realize that was coming.
No!
Oh, no! It's okay. This was a rough start of a game anyways because of the disconnection.
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay. We run it back.
Indeed.
Holy crap, dude. Alright, are you still in my lobby? Are we good?
Yep.
Okay. Start match. Dude, this is gonna be a tough one.
That's intense, dude.
This is gonna be the toughest freaking map we've done yet, and I feel like they only get harder from here on BO2.
Buried? I'm glad that I played Buried, because it is close quarters, even more so than this, I think.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit more comfortable, for sure.
Sure, okay.
Sorry, I saw you go. My bad.
You're good. Oh, who am I?
Glasses. You're Robin.
Marlton. And turbine is builded. Turbine's built.
Generator, courtesy of your resident genius.
Opening door.
Oh, I'm Rustman. Nice.
You are indeed. Grabbing. Oh, there's no part here this time.
We've spent our luck with it.
Yeah, apparently.
How about we do this? We go with one of you had proposed it one of the times, but we ended up just not doing it. Let the bus go. Let's just get points.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let's try that. So that way, wherever we go, we can just start just blasting through an opening.
We can still head outside though, at least.
Yeah, for sure. Let's just let the bus go this time.
I don't even know if it starts to go unless we like head outside first though. Like I'm just saying like oh, you opened the door. You spent the money on the door.
Yep.
Okay. I think we have to actually like open the door. Yeah. I've only seen 4 zombies.
Oh. Oh. The fuck? What was that?
No idea. Wow.
Is that one of the rockets hitting from the moon?
That... Bro! The zombie was headless! Wow. I got killed by a headless zombie. I didn't even move forward into that! Such a good run so far.
It's alright, dude. We'll get
I
it.
killed 1 zombie that round.
No.
Yeah, Kelly. Sometimes it's rough out here like that. I actually think I'm gonna buy B23R off the bus before it leaves, and then stay. That way I actually have another weapon.
2 for 1 on the Freakalow.
Okay, I can only make it to like round 2 and then I die immediately.
That was us a little bit ago.
I was gonna say, yeah, that was literally us, our first 2 attempts at this map. And then on World at War, just constantly.
Dude, World at War was bonkers. Oh, insta-kill. Why am I shooting so many times?
I'm not good with zombies, lol. That's okay, you can get better. We'll teach you. Hop on one day with us.
I would love that! That would be so much fun! What zombie games do you have? Or which zombies maps? Which Black Ops do you have?
Marlton's such a weird character.
Oh my god. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. Stop it. Stop it. You're all on fire and I hate it. 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 Oh my god. Stop. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god.
A bit more of an inconvenience rather than help. No, that's not true. Anything can be a help.
I don't know why I was staying inside of there. Oh, I have no more ammo.
Yeah, that's why I bought this B23R.
I'm just using the M14.
I have that too. I just figured better be weaponed than not. Oh, and here's a max ammo. Did you already buy ammo?
Yeah, I just bought it.
Oh
okay.
no!
It's okay.
I'm so sad. The zombies be disrespectful, smacking you in the back of your head and shit. Yeah. No,
So
literally.
disrespectful. So mean.
That's all they do is smack you in the back of your head. Alright, I like our pointage. I'm just worried about us already getting up there in rounds. As I say, it's round 6.
Yeah, if you want, we can hold a crawler.
Oh no, I'm
Just
okay.
wait for the,
I just thought it was funny. Round 6, I'm calling up there in rounds.
Oh, hey.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Oh, double slapped. Back of the head. Kelly, you were right.
Oh. Yep, that's it.
Oh.
The double slap, dude.
Well.
That's where he gets you.
Interesting.
Damn, bro.
See, I'm telling you, yeah. Dude, what the heck?
I'm just making dumb decisions.
It's alright, I am too.
I don't want to feel like we're rushing it. Because like the first couple of times I felt like we were just, because trying to get on the bus every single time and then trying to do all the things while we're there and avoiding all the zombies, I just feel like we're just rushing it.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
Which can't be helped, because literally you need to navigate using the bus.
Yeah. Build in one part. Add in another part. Grab in the last part. Turbine's built. I am opening to outside. There is the hatch.
Neat.
Cool.
I don't think there's a good or a bad plan. It's up to you. Do you want to go on the bus and just continue on so that way we're not spinning through the rounds too fast, or you want to stay?
I mean, I liked the pointage. It's just maybe the bus takes too long to go all the way around.
Yeah.
But I have enough to buy the B-23R now. So I'm going to do that.
Do it.
I don't even like buying the M14 anymore. Like, it just, for how quickly you switch it out, it feels like a waste of 500 points.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, there's a part in here.
And where?
What the heck? Also max ammo. Right in here.
Oh. What is it?
I don't know, I can't move.
I
It was literally stuck. Yeah. I think it's it was
it's like
it was
a
that
little
purple
meteorite.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I wonder what we do
I
with
see it
that.
at the bottom of my screen. Is it not? Do you not have it?
No, that's just a part.
Hmm.
So it's another buildable part. So you're gonna be switching that out anytime you pick up anything else.
Gotcha. I wonder if that always has to be there.
It probably was. I don't think either of us have ever looked in this hole. At least I haven't. So.
Look in my hole.
Whoa. Whoa. Hello.
Hello. My name is Nick.
Hi. My name is William.
My name is Bitchum.
Oh.
The fuck? The range on a zombie that doesn't have a hand is insane.
Yeah. All right, should we hop on the bus?
Oh my god.
Just hopped on the front.
Yeah. Oh, hey.
Hello. Hello.
I believe in us, Billy. I believe we can do this.
I do too. Oh, maybe it was something like that sign and I wasn't crouched underneath it.
Oh, yeah. When he got booped off.
Yeah. Except, I swear you were also standing and you were just fine.
Here, I'm curious about this thing.
Proud lurker heading to bed. BBC
Oh,
love you.
yeah.
See you tomorrow. Have a good night, Gage. Thanks for
Bye, Gage.
lurking.
Bye, dude. Let me back on this bus. I said let me back. Oh, no, fuck. God damn it.
Well.
My bad.
You good. Oh, no. Oh, I was getting the rotation. Dang it. I got you. I got you up, but I downed. I died. I don't know what I'm even trying to say.
Nice.
And a kaboom. Nice. Alright, we just gotta run for it.
I grabbed the part.
Actually, you know what?
Oh.
I am gonna grab this and just bring it over so that way it drops at like diner, so it's at least in a better spot for us.
Wait. You weren't holding on to a part already?
No, I didn't have a part,
Oh, nice.
no. The only other part at spawn was the that meteorite thing.
Do these hurt you? Oh.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You know, you gotta knife them off.
Oh. I didn't know that.
That's what that's what I was saying earlier. The denizens take 4 knives to knife off. Did you pick your part back up?
Nope.
You can also try and shoot them right before they hop on your head if you're quick enough.
Oh, I'm dead. There's no way.
No, you're good. They really don't hurt that much.
No, because I thought that I was going to get swarmed by the zombies that were right there.
Right. Oh, okay, no, there's no way. I have to be dead. Yeah, yep.
Well, shit.
Maybe just leave me.
No. Could never do that.
Oh, there's an insta-kill. That was a crazy gap you just threaded. I have no bullets.
Oh, fuck.
But you got them all, you got them all.
I can't revive you? Why can't I revive you?
Am I like overlapping the part, maybe? I might have been like, oh, but I just respawned anyways.
Sick.
I respawned at diner, but I dropped the part over there, and I have
It's not
no
far.
weapon now.
It's not that far.
Okay, I might run for it and get it then.
A scratch this deep can easily lead to sepsis.
Jesus. No! Oh my god, dude. What the
found it.
fuck? I open up diner. I'm inside the diner.
Okay.
Just be careful.
Might have been a bad
other side
idea.
of the door.
Yeah, this was a terrible idea for me to do. Oh my gosh, I made it.
Dude, this is insane. How the
Made it.
fuck are we still alive? Oh my
Watch
god,
out,
oh my god,
zombie
oh my
behind
god.
you.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, dang.
Here, I'll crawl out.
I'm hitting the box. I need a weapon.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
Oh, please. Bro, that loop was insane.
I believe in you. You got this.
Oh no, dang it. I wasn't expecting a zombie to be so close next to you for some reason.
You're a legend. Oh, watch out behind you. No.
Yeah.
Damn. Damn,
I was
dude.
about to go forward into that nuke too. I was just moving forward.
Dude, what is with this map?
Moving forward. Holy crap.
Why is this shit
All
so
right.
hard?
Oh my god, dude. I got a couple more attempts, but holy crap. I'm starting us right back in. Throwing us right
Do
back
it.
in.
Do it, dude. Do it.
Dude, why are we choking
we
so hard at this
suck?
map all of a sudden? Yeah.
Like we were doing really well in terms of like picking each other up and avoiding the zombies, but then out of nowhere, dude, we'll just get slapped
Oh my god.
twice at the same time, and it's just incredibly inconvenient. So what are all the parts in here? I know that big mannequin thing. What are the other things?
This fan right here,
Okay.
and then this little turbine over here.
Have these been in the same spot this entire time?
Yes. These ones are guaranteed same spot spawns. And we can both build on the table at the same time.
Sweet.
Turbines builded. I'm getting us out of here. And again, there is no part here. Awesome.
Some kind of, device for, yeah.
I have exactly... Oh no! The door shut on me and my turbine's out there. Can you come open the door?
Good job.
Thank you. I have just enough to buy the the B-23.
Oh yeah, parts here again. That little rock.
Okay, so yeah, it probably always spawns here then. Interesting.
Stalker Stopper A number 1!
Ooh, double points. Nice.
I was like, don't grab it.
No, yeah. Oh.
Man, this map is a different behemoth, bro.
I don't even understand why, man.
I completely underestimated just how the feat.
Yeah.
Attempting this.
Oh, I Misty this time.
Oh yeah. God. I swear, these zombies on fire are not as bad, but like similar to the Nova Gas zombies. They just blow up in your face and blurs your vision for a little bit.
Yep. Okay, that double points was really nice. It set us up a little bit so we can actually go to the next area when we get around to it. And I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to run out there, grab that part, hop back on the bus. I'll be quick enough.
That's what I try to do, but then I just died.
Yeah. You also had the little meteorite. So, like, I mean, that would have been dropped out there. I don't know what that meteorite's for. I'm just, like, thinking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, look at you.
That was scary. I almost didn't make it back on. Right when the bus starts to slow down around this corner. And go.
Oh shit.
Oh, wait, where's the part? Hello?
Oh, it didn't even spawn this time?
Nope, doesn't seem like it, and I missed the bus.
No.
Because I was looking for it. I took the extra time to try and look for it.
I think you still have time. There's still way more over here. But I think is it going too fast?
The bus is way too fast, yeah.
Hmm.
But I'll make it this time. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Oh, well, the top hatch has been broken in by a zombie.
Oof. Well, let's check this this shed over here and see if we have a
No more running. I knew that.
a bus part.
Has the car door always been there?
Yeah, no, there is one spawn that's not in the garage. It's to
It's
the
in the
room.
bathroom.
It's yeah.
Well, I've added it.
I'm not good with the words.
Oh, I got the hammer again. Okay, this could be a good run. The hammer is a very good gun. Oh, and a double points. That's worth, yeah. I'm opening diner, getting this part, going to install, and then we're gonna hop on bus when it leaves.
Ew, I hate that fucking zombie crawled through the car.
Oh, you dropped your meteor over here. I picked it up. Oh, actually, we
Thanks.
wanted it dropped. Well, no, we can have it dropped at farm, I guess. I don't like that I can't like purposefully drop a part. You know?
Yeah.
Time to make a kill.
Oh, you got the RPD. Nice. Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Nice.
I had the ballistic knife, and I was like, maybe I could pack a bunch of this, have a quick revive, a quick.
Oh,
like...
brother, you got the Python and RPD?
Mm-hmm.
Brother, this is a run if I've ever seen one. Oh, there's a zombie in here. Okay. That's what I get for saying that, I guess.
You dropped the meteorite. Or you can just like, leave it
You know
on
what?
the.
That's
on
fine.
there.
Yeah, leave it on the bus, dude. That's the perfect spot for it. Imagine just having all parts on the bus.
Oh, insta-kill, damn.
Ah, darn.
Yeah, just jump on, go down, leave the part.
Yeah, right? Whoa. Okay. And we're arriving at Pharma.
Big
I will buy
pharma.
door. Buying door. Getting shed for bus part. I got the hatch. Installing hatch.
I'm gonna go in the barn to see if I can find that gun part or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah. Oh, bus is already about to leave? What? Jeez. Alright, well, I guess let's go.
Anything. Yeah, I'm coming.
Unless do you want to stay here?
Is there any reason to?
Are we... How did you do that? Holy crap! He's a runner, he's a track star.
The power of friendship. Let me up. What the fuck? Why isn't it working?
You gotta back up and like run up to it. Oh. There we go.
Jeez, that was dumb. You can't just go straight up?
I guess not. You're skeet shooting with that Magnum. Or with the Python.
That was dumb.
Alright, I have just enough to open this door to power.
I can open it if you want me to.
Sure. I mean, it don't matter either way.
I don't want these creeps catching up with the next stuff.
But we're also at the top of a round, I believe, so... We should be careful.
Definitely a part of that other.
The panel's right there. I found the switch for it.
Okay, I overlooked the panel, I guess.
It was in the same spot as the last one.
Did I really miss that?
Yeah, you did.
Wow. Oh, fucking! Yeah. Top of a round was... Knew this was coming. Just use your turbine, get out, survive. There's one more zombie around me. Oh, there's another one coming around the corner.
I bite you.
No.
You're good. Oh, clutch. The clutch. Brother, good job. All right, leave one of them. Or not.
Oh, sorry. Panel's right there. Do you see it?
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Is one of these the hand? No. I don't know where the hand's at.
Just install it.
Oh yeah, but we need the hand.
I didn't know
That's what I was...
already.
No, that's what I was saying. I don't know where the hand's at.
Just survive.
Yep. Can we open this without doing power? We can. Okay, we have an exit. Oh, that's got to be the hand right there. Yep, got it. Brother, that zombie didn't have an arm and he was still swinging. Oh, where did my turbines go? Where? Hello? My turbine's gone. I don't have it anymore.
I need to reload. Watch out behind you.
Bro, oh my god, my reload was half a second away. Not even half a second. I'm out of ammo.
Oh shit.
Okay, now you're just making me hungry.
Dude. I
was starting to think none of you liked me.
I dropped the part. Yep,
okay, got it.
that makes sense. Oh my god. My turbine's gone though. Like, and the zombie's on the other side of the door, I think.
He'll come around.
Oh no, he's right here. He's already around.
I wish we could make him a crawler, dude. I mean, I'm banning somebody.
It threw that way too early, apparently. Crawler.
Good shit. Is he a slow crawler or a fast crawler?
Slow crawl.
Okay.
Oh, it still killed him? I thought he was inside the room. Oh, your turbine, the door shut. Thank you.
Oh, these
Okay.
don't spawn all at the same spot.
Nope, car battery's over here this time.
Watch it behind you. Oh, fuck.
Yep, we both had zombies behind us. My gosh, dude.
You alright?
Yeah. It's like there's just something about these zombies that are like tougher. I'm dead. Bro, this 2-hit down system is tough. Alright, last zombie looks like he's over there. He's slow.
Are we missing a part still?
We're missing 2 parts, I think. Or did you install one?
I think I did.
Okay. Well, and I'm going to
Go
drop down
searching
here.
Yeah, I'll just hold these guys.
Oh, yep, we got 1 part down here. Oh, we got 2 parts down here. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Oh, no, incorrect part. This is a part for something else. Interesting. Is this the right one? Also an incorrect part. Both of these parts down here are for something else. Oh, but I found the part we need. So,
nice.
I got it. Oh, no, you don't, ugly! Dude, holy crap, what is this map? Alright. Well, I may as well take the electric trap because I don't have the turbine.
Okay. Do you want to hold on to this guy and just look for other stuff, or because I think I can hold on to another part because I'm not holding on to anything, so I can go down there and grab something.
Okay, good call. Yeah, that works. You can drop down and grab either one.
Okay, I grabbed the spool of whatever it is. I think the zombie went over to you.
I'm gonna need you to let me out. I forgot I don't have a turbine, and oh no, it stays open. Never mind. I didn't think it stayed open.
Does the door close though?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was open still.
Oh.
So I assume it stays open.
It closed though earlier. Because I had to let you back through. That's weird.
Yeah, I have no idea, man.
Yeah, it's
I
open.
am
What the fuck? I don't get it. I don't understand. Whack.
Oh, and you know what? I can take the other part as well because neither of us are carrying a part right now, or except the one you just grabbed. So yeah. Morning, gents. Morning, Bromine. Morning, Bromine. How are you, man?
What's up, Bromine?
This has been a terrible runs for me.
He said terrible runs.
Yeah, terrible runs for me. V tired. Same, brother. I get it. I get it. You transit. Yes, sir. We're playing them all, man. We're playing them all. Oh, the bus is coming around. Perfect timing.
Yeah, 'cause I don't feel like killing the zombie, so.
Yeah.
But it's here. Now we have to wait until it's ready to go.
Yep. Well, I wonder if we, I would say hop on, interact with it, if we can get it to move quickly.
Alright, I just opened the door so that way we can just run on.
Cool.
What is Richtofen saying? I have not been paying attention.
Oh yeah, he only talks to a Stuhlinger. Literally only Stuhlinger can hear his lines. Grab your bus pass, Grandpa. Yeah, you're right. No, you see down in the bottom right next to my points, that nav card, that's my bus pass. I have my bus pass. Ha! What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, take that, Bromine.
What? That was weird. Come on, Ted, let's go.
What a punk.
Ooh, it's on a card. How 21st century of you. Yeah, screw those paper bus passes or whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like one day or one time bus pass kind of thing.
Yeah, I've got my bus pass on a whole card, brother. I get the points. I get bus points. Hey, we're taking off, finally.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully he follows me and comes back down. Yeah, cool. What? No, let me on! Dude, I actually just got left.
No!
It's okay, I'll make it, hopefully, unless there's the giant lava pit. I don't remember if this is the giant lava pit one.
I'll
If it
let
is,
you
I'm
know.
screwed.
So far, so good.
Dude, that's insane. I got blocked by so many things.
Yeah, that was rude. I watched it all go down. There was nothing I could do to help you. Oh, there's a downed radio tower. It looked very similar to Ash's. That was neat.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Oh, I see it. Yeah, you're right.
Alright, I'm at town. Zombies here too. I don't know if you have zombies still or not.
Don't drop your Zimmer frame in the lava. Brother, I didn't even know that's what this was. Cool. But luckily no lava. I'm good. I made it safe.
Yeah, you're good.
Well, safe enough.
I'm gonna try and open up whatever doors I can. Oh, you're killing
Oh, I
zombies.
didn't know that.
Got it.
Sorry.
You're good, you're good.
Hey, we're at town. Yeah, we're
yeah,
fine.
yeah. I'm just trying. I was gonna try and find Jugger and perks and stuff. I found Jugger! Oh my god, it's here.
Heck yeah. Okay.
Come get it. It's on the second floor.
I'm on my way if I can. Okay, yep, cool. Oh, there it is.
Oh, sorry. I could have directed
No,
you
you're
more.
good. You're good. I got it. Okay, this is gonna change the whole game.
Hopefully. That's the hope.
Because now we can also go back to farm at some point and get double tap.
True. Dude, the fire. Oh my god.
Yeah. Luckily, the fire doesn't seem to actually do too much damage.
It does enough.
Yeah,
I'm
true.
already red.
Oh, yeah, that's not good.
Oh, I found a part.
Nice.
It's like a junction box thing. But I dropped my spool of wire for it, so.
Okay.
Oh, what is this?
Alright, I have one zombie on me.
Oh, there's a ladder in here.
Oh, nice. That's for the bus. Oh, okay.
I'll get it so we can go.
Oh, if oh, well,
Oh.
no, I have a part as well. Dude, yeah.
The
What?
turbine blew up.
Oh. All right. Well, we gotta get back to spawn, I guess.
I didn't realize it had so many uses.
Neither did I. Reload, brother. I got a max ammo.
Go for it.
Oh, hey, we just got an achievement. In Transit, complete all the additions to the bus in one game, or add-ons to the bus in one game.
Nice.
Oh, insta-kill ran out right as I went to shoot him.
So it's the front bumper guard, the ladder, and the hatch? That's it?
Yep.
Just a bunch of threes, I see.
Ooh. I hopped on the bus. I had to get away.
You're good. Well, would I have to worry about the pit that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. I'll let you know. I'll check out the. Oh. Well, the bridge collapsed. That's cool. Oh yeah, giant lava pit. Do not cross.
Okay. Good to know. Can you get into this vault? Is that a thing?
I think so, yeah.
Because right now I can't
I
interact
believe it
with
is.
it. Python takes 2 kills, or 2 shots for a kill.
If it's not a
That
headshot.
blows. Yeah, I don't do headshots. I can't aim that well.
Headshots are the bread and butter of this game.
Okay, now you're just making me hungry. Man, I'm working up an appetite.
Well, I'm back at spawn.
Nice.
I know all you debtors are working for them.
I am... Oh, why did I do that? I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I thought you were gonna die. Okay, cool.
I almost did. I almost did. I'm still red. Do me a favor, reload.
I am reloaded.
Okay. Oh, we have to build. Oh, what is that? What is that?
What?
Is that the Avogadro?
Oh, is it a blue guy?
Yeah, blue electric man.
Yep, that's the Avogadro. I didn't even know he spawned in yet. And I think he can only be hurt with knives. Bullets don't do anything to him.
Don't tell me that. Yeah, I'm having a bad time over here.
Oh.
I wasn't kidding. This guy sucks. I hate him.
Well, I quite literally can't get back to you in time to revive you even if I wanted to.
It's fine. I'll just get...
Shit.
Oh, can I even get this for you? Yeah, nice. Damn, dude. Yeah, I just didn't know what to do about him. He just kept shocking me, and then the fire, and then running. It's like I don't have Juggernog at that point.
Oh gosh.
GG's.
I'm sorry, dude.
That's okay.
I hope he doesn't come my way.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Woo.
No ticky, no riding,
Oh. Not good.
I thought you were out of ammo. I was like, damn, yeah, that's not good.
Would have been quite bad. Oh no!
That's dumb. That the power-ups like go through the bus.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Alright.
Oh, I spawned right where you went through. Beautiful.
Oh, oh no. Oh no. Why would it do that?
I guess I'm just running for it.
You can do it. Just knife those denizens off as quickly as you can.
Do they scale?
I don't think so. I'd have no idea though, honestly.
That sucks.
Oof.
I could not flee from the denizens.
Oof. Oh, the Avogadro's here. How fun. The avocado showed up.
You've come. I mean, I knew you would.
Artemis, what's
come,
up, dude? You raided at the perfect time because I'm dead right now.
And I'm about to be.
No, don't die, don't die, don't do it.
With 61 viewers.
Otto, how was your stream, dude? Welcome in, everybody. Graveyard Moth, yo, what's poppin'? Oh, Respin, thank you for joining in with the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How was it, man? Let's see. Oh, more Arc Raiders. Let's go, dude. It was great. Did a bunch of raiding tonight. Fuck yeah, dude. Raiding the Arcs. Made a boatload of coins. Can't go wrong. Dude, I still need to play some Arc Raiders. Billy, the person who I'm playing with right now, he's played Arc Raiders, but I haven't touched it yet.
Oh, no.
Me and Billy, we're playing through all of the Call of Duty Zombies maps in release order. We started with World at War. We're currently on Black Ops 2. We took a pause to play some
I made it out. Holy crap.
Black Ops 7, dude, that was clutch. That was amazing. Because the Black Ops 7 new Zombies maps came out, so we played those. But yeah, dude. Dude, such a classic. Right now, we're playing some Transit. It's our first time playing Transit. Shit's fucking rough.
Yeah.
The 2-hit downs with no Juggernog is fucking rough, my guy.
Yep. And the avocado follows fast.
Yeah, he does. But since I'm dead, I'm gonna give you guys a raid video, and then feel free to lurk, feel free to do whatever. stretch your ass, wash your hands. Enjoy the raid video. I'll see you guys here in a little bit.
Everybody. Sorry I could not address anybody in my panic.
Ah, she's sexy.
I tickled his booty hole with my bullets, and he liked it.
What the fuck?
Oh my god, I can't read.
I swear to fucking God.
Is that a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in your pants. Ooh.
Time for pain.
Yo, wait. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got for you. Yeah, here's a close-up of me. Yeah. Back just in time after that raid video. Thanks
Hell
again,
yeah, brother.
You're
Perfect
the
timing.
best, dude. Thank you so freaking much. I'm glad you had a great stream. Thank you so much for bringing your community over here. I love you. I love your face. I love your voice. But go take care of yourself, dude. The same hospitality you treat the rest of us, man. I'm gonna reciprocate that. You deserve all the love and attention you need after a good old streaming time. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try and not die in the name of Artemis. I'm out of bullets. Fuck.
Is there a wall weapon here? You got plenty of points.
Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm just
Okay.
training the zombies so that way I'm not getting stuck. I think there's one somewhere inside of here. Ooh, is this a shotgun? I think it is. Oh, juking. We're juking. Watch out behind you.
Thank you.
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Well, you warned me.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're doing fine.
Oh, get that.
Insta-kill.
Yes. Clutch.
Brother, slay. Slay, brother.
I'll slay as much as I can with the
Got a
shotgun.
nuke in case we need it. And there's a carpenter.
Shit.
Oh, double points.
Oh, get that nuke.
Bus still isn't wanting to move for whatever reason. Oh, avocado's here.
25k, dude. That's insane.
And I can't do anything with it. Like, I literally have nothing to do with it.
This is the worst weapon. Oh, you can technically train in here. It's really dumb.
The avocados here. What'd you say? Sorry.
I said you can technically train in the barn. It's just dumb.
Yeah. Bus is leaving. You're gonna have a hell of a time coming out, brother.
Yeah, I'm coming. Let me on. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Give me this fucking gun. Oh shit.
Oh, it was a max! I knew it!
Can we knife or can we shoot? Can we do anything about this?
I have no idea.
On your left,
I'm out of ammo. I need to buy ammo. I bought ammo.
Dude, this gun, this shotgun
I literally have
sucks.
no idea what's happening.
I'm shooting him, but I don't think it's doing anything.
Okay, I knifed him. Yeah, knifing him damages him.
Oh. Watch out, zombies are entering.
Oh, no, that stopped the bus.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much.
I
opened the door. I'm outside.
Okay. I'm holding off inside the bus. Oh, okay, no, I'm not. I'm dead. I'm gonna die. I'm dead.
Shit.
And bus is about to move again. Bus is moving. I'm dead on the bus.
No, the denizen, no, and the zombies. I hate everything about this. Oh, let me no. God damn it, I missed both fucking doors.
Oh, so sad. That's okay.
I don't know how I'm alive, but I am.
You got this, brother. It's my turn.
Get off.
It's my turn to spectate you.
Nope.
Oh. That's alright.
The bus was moving just fast enough that I couldn't time it just right to get onto it.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Big F, bro, me.
Big F. F's in chat. F's in chat, boys.
That sucked. That sucked the Granatus.
Yep.
I'm down for
our first experience with
2 more attempts.
I think I've got 1 more in me.
Okay, 1 more is fine. I am very okay with that. At least we have experience now.
Server disconnected.
Oh. Exit the game? I know, man. I know, dude. I'm glad we got to enjoy NUKETOWN for as long as we did, at the very least.
Yeah. No, really. That was a good experience. That was a very good experience.
Yeah. But that against TRANZIT, ooh, dude, oof.
Yeah.
Oof. This one I'm definitely gonna need to watch like somebody do it because there's just so many different places that she can spawn. I didn't realize just how many places the buildables spawn in and then like where you have to craft and what you gotta do with them.
Dude, it's terrible.
Stamina up is necessary.
Yeah. Stamina up jug.
All right.
Speed cola, double tap.
Man, so rough. I'm connected. We did it. I'm here.
Hey, me too. I'm here.
It's dark. I hate the dark. Bad shit happens in the dark.
Oh, who am I? Am I Stuhlinger?
Yeah. So you're here with Toffin. Look at you go.
If we get to power.
True.
Literally, if we get to power.
Powered by conspiracy.
So it seems to me that we can only use these at a certain amount of times.
It does kind of seem that way.
Because I couldn't pick it back up and it just blew up on me.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what happened to mine down in the power room, and I didn't realize that.
So don't do that willy-nilly, I guess. Is what the takeaway is from that. I'm gonna leave this meter right here. We have no idea what it does.
No, good call.
And we can just pick it up and figure it out later.
Uh-huh. It's a very good call.
Oh, it already was.
I'm 1 kill off. 1 kill off
there's
being able to buy.
come behind you.
I've got one over here. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Come on, let me knife you. There we go. You almost double swiped me through a barrier.
Dude, these zombies, they just hit different, bro.
Okay. Oh, he said it. He said the thing. Wow.
That's adorable. Damn, I just shot you in the peens, How does that make you feel?
I would die too if you did that.
I would die again.
I think I shot that one in the hand. Ooh, double points.
Nice. Right after I killed the zombie. Oh, you bastard. You bastard. Oh, you son of a bitch! I was so nice to try and offer you a zombie when you needed a K, and now you're stealing points. I see, no, that's cool. That's cool. I see how it is.
Hey, that's you still
cool.
have over double my points. It's okay.
Hey, we're not talking about semantics here, okay? It's a matter of principle, my guy.
And you gotta be quicker than that. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
See, why are we as quick as these zombies?
I'm gonna try the thing again. I'm gonna see if the thrustidine part is over here, and I'm gonna try and pick it up.
Okay. That works. I believe in you.
Thank you, because I don't.
You definitely have to if you're the one doing it.
It's not there. I'm able to just look before I jump off this time.
Smart. I wish you could get onto this.
Yeah, that would be nice, huh?
Okay, now you're just making me hungry.
Making you hungry? What the fuck?
Yeah, what?
Like, I know you're a cannibal and shit, but...
You can see the wheel through the floor right here. I just didn't realize there was a hole like that. Oh gosh, I have the hiccups now.
Ooh, take a deep breath.
I think I'm good.
I got
it. I'm just waiting by it. I got it.
What the fuck, dude?
What'd you get? Oh my god!
It didn't even kill him.
No way! Brother!
This is the run, dude. This is it.
Oh, man. Oh, gosh. This hurts. Oh, now that's a good pull.
This here's a gun for the
That's actually a really good pull. Oh, wait. Never mind. I thought that was something else.
Nah, dude. Ass.
My BO2 weapon knowledge is showing. I thought that was something else.
I don't know any of the Black Ops 2 weapons, so...
I know very few, but I thought I knew that one and I was clearly wrong.
Are there any parts in this room?
Okay, I'm keeping the ballistic knives over the fucking Barrett, though.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Fuck.
Killed myself. I almost unalived myself.
The deep sleep.
The deep sleep, I love that.
Or the long sleep. Fuck!
And that's a shotgun. Fuck
I'm
it,
on
I guess I'll take
the
it.
other side of the boost.
We.
Hi, friend.
You're right on the lava.
I know. I was installing the ladder and I slipped, fell in the lava.
Oh, fearless fire. Hello. We're not going for high rounds. We're going for any rounds.
I get this fucking point. This isn't gonna help us. I got the ray gun.
No. It's only going to hinder, if anything.
Yep.
I mean, yay for finally getting a wonder weapon of sorts, but like, ouch, still.
The big ouch. Oh, it's leaving. I'm hopping on.
I will catch up with ya. Ooh, insta-kill? Not bad. Oh, wow. Insta-kill right into the nuke. Not quite what I wanted.
What's up, Fearless? How you doing? Yeah, no, initially we were just trying to do the Easter egg, but my god. Survivability.
This map humbled
impossible.
us. This map humbled the shit out of us.
We were not ready. We didn't know what to anticipate. Oh, that was a max ammo. Fuck.
After coming off the high of Nuketown. Insta-nuke.
Insta-nuke,
Dude, that's
yeah.
so good, yeah. After coming off the high of Nuketown, this map really just sat us down and said,
It said,
no.
here's actually what's gonna happen, boys.
Yeah. No kidding. So apparently there's a freaking lawnmower that's a part to something.
No.
Yes.
You're lying.
I'm not. I found it when you were dead last round, or the round before, whenever, and it was here in the barn, and it was straight up a fucking lawnmower. I walked up to it because I didn't recognize it. Okay. I walked up to it because it was big red and I didn't recognize it as part of the environment from before. And sure enough, it said pick up part.
I have one zombie over here.
No!
Oh.
Yes! I'm gonna fucking... Oh my god, dude, the headless zombies!
Damn.
Isn't that part of the jet gun? A lawnmower is part of the jet gun? I have no idea, brother. I've never played Transit before. Like Krim said a few minutes ago, we're gonna need to watch someone play this shit so we actually know what's happening.
For sure, because trying to guess it, because we're following a guide, but
yeah,
the details in the guide aren't as detailed as we need them to be. It's not clear enough.
Yeah, and so there is. Oh gosh, I need that.
Nice, good shit.
There's a buildable table right here.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that before. So that's
Bro,
cool.
welcome to hell. This is Transit. Yeah, exactly. I had only, or we had only heard so much about Transit because, like I said a little bit ago, we have never played Transit before. I've played Buried a long time ago, but I think that was the only map that I played way back when. I only played Black Ops 1, World at War, and Black Ops 3. Completely skipped over Black Ops 2. Bus is gone, by the way. It honked.
Yep, I'm on my way. No, I'm not.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait.
And
here
I found another machine gun spawn part spawn thing. Why is there just an RPD that's a part?
Don't think this means I owe you any favors.
Or a minigun, not even an RPD. That is just straight up a MG. Pretty sure the parts
Do you want
are
to try
like
to run for it?
area. I mean, we can if you want. Yeah,
I just
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
know
No,
if you
I
wanted
mean,
to stay.
I don't care either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's run for it. Why not? We need to progress. We need to go towards
For the bus. Oh, see, okay, that's a good call, but it's I think we've confirmed it's not for the bus because we got an achievement for getting all 3 parts on the bus in one game.
Oh, true, yeah.
So I don't
We
think the
did get
machine gun
that.
is for the bus, unfortunately. That would be sick, though. Speaking of which, have we been in this shed yet?
No.
So
I haven't.
do you want to come grab this machine gun part just so it doesn't get lost in this shed?
Oh, fuck. I would if I wasn't dead.
It's all good. I got you.
Thank you.
Grab that machine gun part because I picked up a bus part.
Where is it?
It was right there on the ground.
I'm out. I got it.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Okay. Where's a wall weapon? Oh, I heard a teddy bear.
This shotgun sucks.
There's a teddy bear in here.
Might be upstairs.
Oh, yep, it's upstairs on the bed right here. Oh, hello. I literally don't see any wall weapon here. What is happening?
Oh, this is a shotgun. It sucks dick.
Oh, is there? Okay, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Right. I know. I remember you grabbing it now. Yeah. Right.
It's right there. It's in the most stupid spot, right there at the base of the stairs.
Sure. I got stuck. No, I didn't get stuck. I dropped down very stupidly, and then the, like, stun of me dropping down held me in place long enough that the zombies hit me. I'm out of ammo. And I got pushed.
Oh, I thought it got you up. That's lame. You got pushed. I thought you got up, and then I shot.
Yeah. No, pushed last second.
Damn.
That's okay.
Damn.
It's about to be 1 a.m. I think we call it. We're not making any progress.
We call it.
There's no progress being made.
We call it, man. No, we call it. It's all good.
Oh my gosh, dude.
That map is frustrating. So, like, we get it, but because of how close quarters every area is and how unforgiving that fog. For me, you were getting through it.
Yeah.
I don't know how the fuck you were getting through it, but for me, I just couldn't figure it out. Because I was doing the thing, but
Yeah.
it just didn't fucking help.
Oh, you just gotta constantly knife. Never stop knifing.
Just
Literally.
honestly, for me, it's just playing more of it. I'll get used to
Yeah.
it. It's just because
Oh,
of how it feels. It's nothing like Black Ops 1, and it's so far from Black Ops 3 and on.
Yeah. Definitely.
But yeah, Nuketown was super fucking fun, dude.
Yeah, this map was fine, guys. This map was good. We made it to round 33. Round 33 before we finally, kicked the bucket. Because I decided to start goofing off and fucked up. But that's okay. Round 33.
We'll get
That was
it.
good.
We'll for sure get it. It'll just take
Oh my
so much.
gosh, dude.
I feel like it'll take us like 3 weeks though. I don't think we'll get it like next time.
Oh yeah, no. I don't know. We might even need to like employ another person.
Maybe.
It might be
We'll
worth it
see.
to have a third. But yeah, dude. This was
Which is
fun.
more possible than
Transit.
the rest because, like you said, this is only $5 anyway. So
True. No, this is
Assuming-
free. This is free.
Oh right. No, that's right. No,
Yeah.
that was Nuketown.
Well, free if you own the game, I guess.
right. You'd like no extra purchase for the DLC. It comes with the game.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this was fun. Transit, we were introduced to hell.
So we
But-
knew it was bad, just didn't know how bad.
Yeah, accurate.
Did not know how bad at all.
Oh man.
Let me switch. You want to find somebody to raid?
We can, yeah, sure. Oh, fuck. Sorry, excuse me. That's what's
Oh,
fun.
sorry. Bro, it's 1 o'clock. Yawning is okay
Yeah.
now.
Yawning is acceptable.
Where can we go? Dude, that was fun. Thank you so much for playing with me. This has been a blast.
dude.
I'm
Hell
so
yeah.
happy that we're still continuing it.
Me too, man. It's not gonna stop. Not at all gonna stop. Thank you for the games as well, brother. Sorry, do you see from chat? Is it cross-plat? Unfortunately not. BO2 is
No.
not cross-platform.
We're playing it on Steam.
Doesn't start until Cold War, I believe.
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure. I think so, yeah. I believe Cold War is when cross-plat starts, and we are on the Steam. The Steam.
Ooh, let's take it over to somewhere chill. I have a friend of mine who's playing some Minecraft.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, fuck. No, that sounds great. My God.
Here, let me copy the name. Send it
Sick
over to you.
nasty.
Boom. Bromine and everyone else who's been lurking, thank you guys so much for chilling with us. And dude, Otto, thank you again so much for that raid. Appreciate
Yes.
you, dude.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. This was fun.
What's today? Monday?
Monday.
Tuesday.
Monday.
Oh, it's Tuesday now because
Well,
it's
yeah. It's Tuesday now. You're right.
I don't know how up we'll be for doing zombies again, but I'll definitely be streaming again tomorrow. I just don't know what.
Yep. No, I agree, actually.
We'll talk about
I
it.
may
For
be streaming
cool.
myself,
If
but
not,
yeah.
then we can do whatever else.
Very true.
Raid started.
Sick. Starting that shit.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Heck yeah. This was fun, dude. I had so much fun, even in hell.
Through the frustrations, we're learning. That's the important part. We're learning.
Yes, yes, we are.
We're raiding over to Wekasui. She's playing some Minecraft. I've known her for a long time, but it's been a long time since I've raided her. So give her all the love. Show her all the love and say hello, and then go to sleep.
I cannot wait.
But yeah, dude.
Well,
more zombies or whatever else for tomorrow.
Yep. I'm excited. Either way.
Oh yeah. Big stretch. Okay. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night. Good night, everybody. Thanks for hanging
Toodaloo.
out. Thanks for lurking. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for gaming.